We should be good on the sound, right? What's good, Bobby? Can you hear me okay? What's good, Jason? How's the sound out there? What's good, Anish? The sound is good? Okay, I appreciate that. Yo, who was here either earlier or yesterday when somebody said that I could not show proof that the early European explorers found people here wearing expensive fur? And the reason why I call it expensive because the type of fur that they describe, if you were wearing that type of fur today, it would be like over $10,000. So when I say that the people here in America were living luxurious, I'm not basing this off my own personal opinion. I'm saying that's what was written. You know, it was written like Nas. Yeah, it was written like Nas. That's where I get it, like primary documents. But all right, if I never saw it written down, I would not say it. Anyways, we'll get into it. Anyways, we'll get into it. Sound is good. You get the phone issue resolved. I mean, I ordered a new phone. It's not here yet, but I got my other old broken phone, so people can still call in the Discord if they want. So yeah, I got the Discord back up, if that's what you were asking. Yeah, my new phone is still coming in the mail though. By the way, the Discord's on my page. If you guys want to call in. Yeah, shout out Anish, Bobby, Jason, all my loved ones in the chat. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Oh, yeah, and as Jason always says, like the video. You said you've been moving all day, Jason? Well, I'm sure you're glad that's over. Ugh. Dosto said, America, Atlantis? Explain, please. Well, yeah, America used to be called Atlantis based on, old maps, old stories, and the fact that America was technologically advanced for a long time before it was quote unquote discovered by the Europeans. It wasn't discovered, they just lied. Justice said, but we aren't underwater. Justice, how do you know we're not underwater? Who told you we're not underwater? See, if you look at the earth right here, we're under here. Think about it. This is a picture from the top of the earth. Don't it look like we're inside a foamy ocean? Oh, that one was too heavy for the speakers. This don't look like a foamy ocean to you. Justin said you can breathe air. Yeah, just like the fish breathe air. Dosto said, what about the eye of the Sahara that Plato said? Plato never said that, Dosto. And I'm through playing around with you guys, all right? Look, you want to know what Plato said about Atlantis? Here you go. It's right here. All right, I'm not you, okay? No offense, but I don't just like, blabber, blabber. No, Plato never said that. This is what Plato said. Stop lying, all right? Plato's students never said that. Plato wrote about it in Timaeus and Critias. They're quoting directly from it right here. So please stop lying. You thought you were gonna get you thought you were gonna get away with that one, didn't you? Well, you're not, all right? Because that body is open. By the way, like the video, guys, if you don't mind. AJK, they thought they had a friend. Turns out, no. Well, yeah, and I explained it to you. I may have did it in a very colorful way, but yeah, and I told you what was wrong with that statement. You're welcome. Don't bring that up again. Ugh. Fun of Bull said the blank chronicles. Buddy said cringe stream. Is that what you guys say when you don't have a response to my facts? When I bring up facts and you don't have anything to respond, is that what you say? This is cringe because I can't respond. I don't have anything to say, so this is cringe. Yeah, yeah, this is cringe. You think you're fooling somebody with that? No. Seven Bruce said, "Land be on the ice wall." Absolutely, Seven Bruce. Absolutely. Let us not forget, Bruce. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on. Bruce. Dawson said, "Can you expand on advanced America before it was discovered?" Yeah, if you're familiar with the World's Fairs and actual stories of what the natives were doing before the Europeans, quote unquote, invaded, they were already an advanced civilization. This is based on the writings of, like I said, the people that discovered it, and based on the technology that was here. Like I said, go look at the late 1800s and early 1900s. They tell you that all the technology was invented. It was not invented during that time. It was redistributed during that time. That technology was already here. Justice, what are you talking about? Yeah, Justice, you're not basing that off anything serious. You're just saying that because it, fits your narrative or whatever. But there's no writings that confirm that. Not that there weren't conflicts. There were certainly conflicts, but a lot of those major conflicts were perpetuated by the European influence at the time. And I'm talking about dark skinned Europeans, by the way. I'm talking about dark skinned Europeans. Well, I mean, let's just start with the buildings. How about the fact that they had the advanced technology to build a lot of these old buildings that we still do not have the technology to build today? At the very most, all they've done is come and basically take over these buildings and turn them into capitol buildings and churches. But all of these buildings were here. We talking about in the 1500s, these buildings were already here. That's correct. In the 1500s, these buildings were already here. Well, that's the point, is that it obviously requires technology to build these buildings that we don't even have access to today because we can't reconstruct these buildings. There you go. What's good, Darren? What's good, JJ? Buddy said I look like Bert from Sesame Street. That's not bad, I guess. I'm talking about all of these old buildings that are in all of these respective towns, Justice. I don't know if you've been to America, although they have these buildings in the rest of the world as well. But here in America, even in small towns, there are these old world, structures that are basically built. They're built in ways that we can't even replicate today. So I'm talking about small towns like here in California. They got like small towns with less than 100,000 people, and even these towns have these old world buildings in them all over the United States. Shout out Dacha. Dacha says salute Professor Charles Xavier. Aina said we don't have the tech or the brains to reconstruct the buildings. I think we have the brains, we just do not have the tech or the ability to expand on that tech. The tech business and especially high industrial task, have mountains of regulations and red tape to be able to accomplish these things for this very reason. Yeah, you asked me for an example, Justice, and I told you the buildings. There you go. You asked me for an example, I told you the buildings. And yes, there are old pyramids here too. Yeah, the oldest pyramids in the world, if I'm not mistaken, are in America. And the largest abundance of pyramids are in America. Darren said, see the Grand Canyon. Darren said, see how Antarctica isn't on the map? Exactly, Darren. Exactly, Darren. Bobby said the stone in the pyramids were stone bricks. Shout out NWA. Justice said, please provide specific information. All right, Justice, since you asked nicely. Actually, yeah, you did ask nicely. Here you go. Let's see what we got here. This one? Here we go. So this is researches philosophical and antiquarian concerning the Aboriginal history of America Shout out my brother Samuel C. So this is the tradition given by the Natchez to Du Prats. This is from the Historia Louisiana. So this is basically the writings and chronologues of Natchez de Prats. Relate their ancient enemies to whom they had been compelled to immigrate to Louisiana. Lived in a great number of large and small villages, which were built of stone, and in which there were houses large enough to lodge a whole village. And in which there were houses large enough to house a whole village. Since I knew you would ask, Mr. Antoine Simon Lepage Prats, 1695 to 1775, a French explorer and historian who lived among the blank people in colonial Louisiana. This is from 1718 to 1734. He is best known for his memoirs detailing the Natchez tribe. I'm just saying that's who that guy is. So he said that when he got here in the 1600s and 1700s, there were already enormous stone buildings large enough to house entire villages. I mean, you asked for the proof, bro. Don't get mad now. Don't get mad now. Look, some old sources relate to the story. You asked for a source. Now you're complaining about how old my source is. So I'm supposed to put out a new source, is what you're saying? Buddy is sick. Moving on, how about the history of the conquest of Mexico by the Spaniards, done in English from the original Spanish of Don Antonio de Solis by Thomas Townsend Esquire. I believe if you look very close on the bottom of this one has the date on it as well. Hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one has the date. Yeah, this one is from 1610 to 1688. That's where this reference is from, 1610 to 1688. So as you can see here, this is straight from this is a primary source, okay? Literally a primary source. This is his own depictions of them conquering Mexico. What is in the background? What is in the background? Yeah. Oh yeah. What's good, Greg? What's good, Darren? Shall we examine closer? Shout out my boy Samuel C. What do you see when you get closer to these photos? Who are on these buildings? Look. Who's in these photos? Look. Buildings large enough to house an entire village. Look. Look. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you see who's in these photos? Buddy said random. Did you say a random artist rendition? No, sir. Go look up who this is. This is the history of the conquest of Mexico by the Spaniards, done in English from the original Spanish of Don Antonio de Solis. Are you out of your mind? And this is not some random story that I'm bringing up. This is the story of one of the most famous French explorers to settle in Louisiana. This is this guy's story. This is the story of Antoine Simon Lepage des Prats. Are you out of your mind? This is not random renditions. Okay, these are facts. These are facts. What? You asked for the proof. I gave you the proof. All right. Brad said lame story. Yeah, I bet it's lame because you don't want us to know that your ancestors didn't build shit. They didn't know how to grow shit and they didn't build shit, and that's embarrassing for you, isn't it? It's all right, bro. We don't judge you for it. Just don't tell a lie on me, and I won't tell the truth about you. Buddy said weak sauce. How old are you, bro? JV, who did I ban? Are you complaining about me banning people? Because this is a no complaining chat, all right? Judge said, bro, we have apartments. Yeah, 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 I know. No, I expose him, and if I didn't, you could address the point. Expose who? Well, whatever, bro. Honestly, you can think whatever you want, bro. I don't mind. As long as you don't say something out of bounds, bro, type away. Yeah, yeah. Like the video, guys, if you don't mind. Justice said we have sporting arenas as well. Shout out you, Justice. Yeah, shout out you. Stop spamming though. What's good, Joseph? I don't know anything about South Africa light switches. I'm not from South Africa. What's good, Point Fire? Craig said Americas are not tent slash TP people. Yeah, never were. That's my point. That's why I brought that up. I'm like, when they came here, there were already these buildings and structures here. There was already technology. There was already highly advanced cities being built. There was agriculture here, like there was not in the rest of the world. 100%. I guarantee you there was agriculture here when they got here in the 16 and the 1700s, like there was not in the rest of the world. I think in one of the references I have, they even say that specifically. Like in the rest of the world, they eat meat and they like have cattle and stuff. They're like out here in Florida, they don't have cattle. They just eat vegetables, fruit, and they catch fish. That's it. Noah said, "What buildings and cities were already here?" No, we just went over that. All right, rewind the video if you need to see that. Yeah, I agree with you, Dylan. Yes, absolutely. I'm not saying every single last one of them were, but there were a large number of natives who were here that went by a variety of different names that were technologically advanced, that were highly advanced civilizations, highly rich and wealthy with gold and agriculture, fruit, vegetables. We talking about fur. They were literally wearing like I was telling people the other day. They were wearing like what would be today like $1,000 chinchillas. The type of fur that people pay $10,000 for, that's the type of fur that the natives were wearing, the black natives. That's why we still dress like that today. What? Why do you think we still dress like that today? That's how we always dressed. That's right. When they came, look, look. You see this animal skin fur? Yeah, hey, not that potato sack and loincloth that y'all was wearing in Europe at the time. No offense. You know what I mean? You see this? Pearls, gold. You see this? Pearls, fur. Absolutely. Hey, Harlem. Come on. So, hey, Detroit, Harlem. Fish said, you think your ancestors walk around in leopard fur? I know for a fact they were. I know for a fact they were. The people that came here and saw them admitted it. Don't make me bring that up. I dare you to say that I don't have actual references of people talking about seeing the Native Americans wear fur. I dare you to say that I don't have it. I dare you. Devin said, did this guy just say the natives of America were black? Absolutely, by every single depiction. By every single depiction and story. Huh? We've already brought up a few today. No, no. What do you mean they weren't blinged out? Are you serious? Did you see what Christopher Columbus brought back from his original voyage? All he brought back was bling. Like an enormous amount of gold, an enormous amount of pearls. Look at this. Look, this is a description from 1795. This is not my drawing. This is what they drew when they came here. They saw this. You see all this? Look at all this. Buddy got like 10, 11, 12 necklaces on. Got pearls around the afro. A gold bag with a gold, actual gold thing covering him. Gold around the wrist. Look, gold on the wrist. Gold all in my chain. Gold all in my ring. Are you out of your mind? No, it's not, idiot. Just because Christopher Columbus came here in the 1400s, that doesn't mean that it was colonized in the 1400s. Are you stupid? Are you actually stupid? And Christopher Columbus didn't even come to America. Christopher Columbus only made it to the islands. What the hell are you talking about? Show me some writings that you have of people colonizing America before the 1500s. Go ahead. I dare you. Show me an example. What writings do you have? Go ahead. Who was colonizing America in the 1400s? Pull those writings up. Let's see. Let's see if you actually have them. Don't change the subject. What writings are you reading from that you're saying that America was colonized in the 1400s? What writings are you referring to? Go ahead. Yeah, no, FUC, America was already civilized. As a matter of fact, all forms of civilization that you consider to be civilized today, for the most part, come from America. I'm talking about the way you guys wear clothes, your governmental systems, 100%. Yeah, that's too broad. Bring up a specific memoir. Bring up a specific memoir. What are you talking about? Because I have an actual memoir for Christopher Columbus where he talks about what he saw when he first came to America, and he did not colonize America when he got here. He traded with them and he got a bunch of free stuff. He came back to Europe with American slaves. So these are his writings. So what writings are you talking about where he was over here colonizing America? I never saw Christopher Columbus say that he colonized America. So if he did, then point me to where he said that. You see how I actually bring up documents? Let's see if you got some documents. Let's see. Go ahead. Professor, why are you asking me questions? You're supposed to be telling us where you're reading out of. Don't ask me no more questions, all right? Where are you reading out of that Christopher Columbus said that he was colonizing in the 1400s? Please, God, tell us. Don't run from this, all right? Don't run from this ass whooping. Pause. You're going to get this work. What's good, Mr. True History? What's good, Mystic Owl? Professor, you see, you didn't answer a single one of my questions. That's what I thought. Don't bring up Christopher Columbus's name anymore if you ain't gonna quote him directly, all right? When I bring people up, I quote them directly. Not only do I quote them directly, I actually bring up a reference so you can look at it and you can see that I'm not making it up myself. You, my friend, are making all this shit up yourself, all right? You need to take that word professor off your name, all right? I don't give a damn what you've been asking. You're a liar. Number one, you call yourself professor, and we know that shit ain't true. And he's not even doing it properly, yo mama, because I asked him where is he getting this from? Where did Columbus say any of this? He's like, now he's asking me questions. And now all of a sudden, I haven't answered his question for 15 minutes. You see? Harvish and loose. Oh, I'm a coward? Okay, well, since I'm so much of a coward, here you go. That body is open. Bye, fake professor. Bernie said, bye, you not answering, you damn right, because that body is open. Point Fire said, the indigenous Flavor Flav. Yeah, boy. Craig said Montezuma was only taken out in 1521, 14. That's what I'm saying. Craig, this is how I know they're being dishonest. I'm like, hold on, 1400? No, I read those writings at at the most, you're going to get like mid 1500s to like the 1600s. And then these are when these conflicts started. So think about how long these things, like, we're talking about, and these are only one conflict in one part of America. America is humongous. So you might see the beginning of one conflict start in the 1500s. These things are taking hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. As a matter of fact, they're still going on today. They're still going on today. Yeah, we're still in the middle of it. That's what you don't know. To this day. Shout out Immortal. Immortal, you are right, but let's try to use the word J, all right? Yeah, AA. And as a matter of fact, Immortal, he was an SJ. Not even the type of J that they're even talking about now. He was an SJ. Oh yeah. Uh the Eisen said Columbus did not colonize America. LOL, these commenters are stupid. Thank you, sir. I mean, even if you don't agree with me personally, at least you can understand that, okay? Like, why would they say Columbus colonized America? That never happened. Jason said potato sack trousers. Jason, listen, I'm trying not to rub it in, all right? Crazy that America was only claimed on paper. Real colonization happened much later. The War of 1812. There you go. The colonization happened during the War of 1812, during the Revolutionary War, during the Civil War. You know what? Let's stop. Look, we're not supposed to be talking about this stuff. All right, I'm breaking my own rule now. All right, those three conflicts were the colonization of America. But we're getting too close to home now. All right, we're getting too close to home. Let's calm down on that. All right, let's calm down on that. Hey, and I'm 100% serious about that. Oh, he must be trolling. I've never been trolling the least other than what I just said right now. What's good, Nina? I see you down there. That's when it happened. And that's why they force you guys to go to school and learn about those events. Think about it. Why do they force you to go to school and learn about those events? Because those are the ones. Miles said, hey, the real offender, your argument is good, but have you thought of the fact that that body is open? I try to make sure that my chest is covered up. No, Tristan, certainly not the start. That was basically, let's say, that was when it came to a head. That was the major conflict of what we're talking about. That was when I don't want to use the word completed because it's still going on to this day, but those were the major forms of it where they were able to basically subvert the governmental systems that the civilized people here in America had already bought into the justice system that the American Indians already had set up. They were able to subvert that. Think about it. The Indian Removal Act, right? The Native Americans in the South took the United States government to court. In the Supreme Court was ran by black natives. Think about it. What? How did a black person become the Supreme Court justice that was residing over the United States versus, you know what I mean, the entire natives of Southern America? And the natives won. The natives won in court. Do you understand? Why would the court side with the natives? Because it was a native judicial system. But they were like, okay, well, we tried it your way. We're just going to do it anyway. There you go. And I usually don't like to go too deep into those, subjects for the obvious reasons. But listen, that's what happened. All right. Look, let's pull this passage up again. Again, the traditions given by Natchez, they quote his book right here, relate that their ancient enemies for whom they had been compelled to immigrate to Louisiana. Like, I know that I brought this up for them pointing out how big the stone buildings were, but do you understand what he's admitting right here? He's admitting that he left France, came to Louisiana, and was like, I'm not going back to France. That's basically what he's saying. He's like, yeah, I'm not going back to France. He's like, it's way better here in Louisiana. I'm taking their stuff. Look, they're ancient enemies. I'm taking their stuff. That's what he's saying. So this was in what? 1720, 1718. Do you understand? Them talking about how rich the Native Americans were living in America in 1718. The Native Americans in America living wealthy and rich. 1718. Oh, you want to bet? You want to bet, don't you? Here you go. Oh, how about this one? Here you go. Intermarriage of Indians and whites. This is a newspaper from the 1900s. This is literally the 1900s. Oh, this is a lie. Oh, yeah? How about this? That the Indian race is about done, for there is no doubt. It all came about by intermarriage with the whites. Hold on, I thought that the Indian race was got out of here because of the no. It was because of intermarriage with the whites. For the most part, white men are responsible for it because they have married Indian women more than Indian men marry white women. Do you understand? Yeah, the Indian men, we like Indian women. But the Indian women like white dudes. Look, in the first place, the Indian women have quite a fortune. Hold on. What? Hold on. What? What the fuck? Well, hold on. In the first place, the Indian women have quite a fortune, and that has attracted some white men to them. Why are they writing in the newspapers in the 1900s about the Indian women being so damn rich? Oh, could it be because when the French settlers came here, they realized that in Europe they were destitute and could not grow anything? But when you came here to America, not only did were they growing fruits and vegetables, they were growing so much fruit and vegetables they didn't even eat meat like that. They was basically vegetarians over here. I can tell that you think I'm lying. I can tell you think I'm lying. Let's see. Look. Here you go. This is the history of Hernando de Soto and Florida. Record of the events of the 56 years, 1512 to 1568. This is in between 1512, 1568, Hernando de Soto. Let's see what he actually says about these Native Americans. Let's see what he says about them. They eat of bread. Oh, no, they eat instead of bread, corn. Think about it. They don't eat bread like we eat in Europe, right? They don't eat that bullshit carbohydrate shit. They eat corn out here. While in Europe, we eat bread. And instead of meat, fish, and vegetables. I'm not the one saying this. This is the history of Hernando de Soto and Florida, record of the events. He's saying that the natives, these players are so civilized, they don't even eat meat like that. They eat fish and vegetables only. And they don't eat bread. They eat corn. Agriculture in the 1500s, bud. Agriculture. Do you understand? Yeah, not warring to take people's land. You know what? I digress. Let me calm down. Listen, you guys can call me whatever you want as long as you don't call me wrong. Because you know I'm not. And if you call me wrong, then we're going to go on another soliloquy. I'll bring something else up. Let me know. That's funny that you guys say I have a low IQ. Because even with this low IQ, I can figure out the truth while you guys are still idiotic. Think about it. Oh, he doesn't have references. Okay. What, you thought I was you? Shout out my boy Samuel. Shout out my boy Samuel C. I told you I watched two channels. It's me and Samuel C. Get mad all you want. Get mad all you want. You understand? We didn't even hunt the animals around us. You understand? At one with nature. Not only did we not hunt each other, we didn't even hunt the animals. And just because I know you talking shit, let's take it to the next level. Here you go. Early history of the Creek Indians. Here you go. You can see all the way right here at the bottom. Right here. Although they were partially clothed with the skins of wild beasts, they used the cotton such as the blank call blah 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 blah. Do you understand that this is them talking about the Creek Indians not only wearing the fur but using cotton? Let's go back over here. Here you go. The people of Florida go almost naked. Hey, you know what's interesting? The people in Florida to this still to this day literally do the exact same thing, right? Think about it. Like they were, oh no, they weren't civilized. No, no. Not only were they were civilized exactly the way we are today. You know how women walk around in bikinis today, right? And in Florida, men walk around with their shirts off. Yeah, that's literally what they did back then too. Is the exact same thing. The people of Florida go almost naked. They wear only a kind of chamois or buckskin drawers. These tiny drawers are of diverse colors. We're talking about like bathing suits, the way that people wear bathing suits today on the beach is what they're describing. When you pull up on the beach, it's colorful bathing suits everywhere. That's what they're describing, right? These drawers are of diverse colors and serve to cover what decency requires them to conceal. Their cloak is a kind of cover which hangs from the neck to the middle of the leg. Do you understand? They wear jackets that go from the top of the neck to the middle of the leg. Big ass trench coats. Big boss shit. Look, look. Which hangs from the neck to the middle of the leg. Oh, where was I at? It is ordinarily of fine marten skins and smells a very agreeable musk odor. They're like, bro, not only do they got that shit on over here, but they got the cologne too. They're like, and they know how to spray the cologne to get the huzz. And they got the huzz. This is what look. This is what it says. Look, this is in 1512. In 1512, the Native Americans in Florida were walking around in colorful bathing suits, wearing basic cloaks, fur, like what do you call it? Marten skin? Marten skin cloaks. Think about it. But like the black, and it says agreeable musk odor. Agreeable. They're saying it smelled good. They're like, bro, they was walking around with that shit on, and they had to smell good. All right, so let's look at this. What do you describe it as, though? They specifically describe it as marten skin, right? If you go to Google and you look at what marten skin is, do you guys know what marten skin is? You didn't see agreeable? Look, it's right here in the corner. Look right here in the corner. Agreeable musk odor. All right. You see the first word. The first word of this sentence is the leg. The first word of this sentence is agreeable. Agreeable musk odor. So let's look at what marten skin is. This is marten skin. This is what your ancestors were walking around looking like. Yeah. Yeah, look. Look, how much does it cost to buy a marten skin today? Look at this. $11,000. You see this? $18,000 for this marten skin. $8,000. That's my point. Look, marten skin, fine marten skin, fine FINE, fine marten skin. They walked around in colorful bathing suits and fine marten skin in the 15 damn hundreds. The Native Americans. That's why we dress like that today. What? Oh, how come the black Americans always want to wear fur? How come the black Americans always want to wear chains? Boy, we trying to show you how to have a good time. All right, we trying to show you how to do this thing. All y'all know is war. All you know is war and take other people's stuff. We're trying to show you how to have some flavor. All right, look, we're trying to teach you about taste. All right, you don't know about taste. How come they want to wear gold? See, we're trying to teach you about technology. All right, you don't got to steal from other people, bud. You can have technology that feeds everybody. See, let me calm down. Like the video, all right? Like the video. I knew the L was in. Hey, it is what it is. I told you, don't lie on me, and I won't tell the truth about you. I came in here yesterday or the day before. I told you what it was looking like here in America. And y'all said, oh, he's never going to back that up. Yeah, I know he backs up everything else, but he ain't going to back this up. Yeah, okay. Let's read it one time for that ass. What were they wearing here in Florida in 1512? They were wearing fine marten skin and colorful bathing suits. The same way they dress in Florida today. AJ, I'm like, listen, we showing y'all how to do it. You really need to take notes. You need to take notes. We showed you this. All right, we showed you this. What y'all selling in Europe right now? We showed you that. Boy, don't you ever come out your mouth disrespecting us again. What's wrong with you? Buddy is crazy. This ain't that potato sack and loincloth y'all was wearing in Europe, all right? And like I said, them original Europeans that came over here, they was dark skinned too. So I'm not even disrespecting your skin tone. I know that's how y'all feel, but it ain't got nothing to do with that. All right? Just don't lie. Do not lie. It ain't got nothing to do with that. Do not lie. Bro, Jason, come on, bro. You know what it look, you know what time it was. And why do you think they had all that gold here? Well, I mean, you think that they were really paving the cities and the streets with gold, making all these buildings with gold just for fun because it looked nice? No. Gold only has one purpose, and we all know what it is. We ain't got to go into it though. No, I love Europeans, Devin. I absolutely love Europeans. I hate liars. Excuse my stuttering, all right? I hate liars. Don't lie on us, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. All right, what else? We can move off that. What else? Test, test, test. All right. I don't give a fuck. What? I don't give a fuck. Answered the question. There's only one thing gold is good for. Remember what I said about why America is Atlantis? Exactly, Jason. Gold was only good for ancient technology. Fa! Hey, I don't have my sound effects on this other phone I'm using, just so you guys know. That's why I haven't been using them. By the way, Mystic Owl, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys like the video if you don't mind. Sub if you like the content. The cookie said, I got a picture of my great great grandfather with jewelry on in the late 1800s. Shout out Darian. Darian said the ancestors. When I free my grandma, Dodidris, Dod. That's what I'm gonna call you, Dod. Zoot, V Zoot was good. Zoot. Why did the Earth cast a circular shadow on the moon? How do you know that that's the Earth casting a shadow on the moon? Point Fire, you already know how I feel about that, bro. Come on. We gotta learn how to censor our topics, my friend, all right? Now let me find out that you're a troll, Point Fire. Yeah, Point Fire. Honestly, I'm looking at all your comments, bro. I'm starting to think you're a troll, bro. Yeah, all you do is talk about censored topics. I just literally looked at a list of all your comments. Another one got under my nose. What do you know? See, I'm too nice. I can't believe I allowed you to trick me like that, Point Fire. Shout out Point Fire, but guess what, Point Fire? That body is open. You're out of here, dog. Jason said wearing gold connected you to the energy of the divine. Absolutely, Jason. If gold conducts electricity and we are made of electricity, then why wouldn't it help you conduct electricity better? Free My Grandma says salute to all the mods and free thinkers. That's wild that Point Fire was in here for all that time and turns out he was just a troll. Shout out Darian. Darian said all correct, not an African. Free My Grandma said, welcome to the school of thought. When we want your opinion, we'll give it to you. I don't know if I'm standing behind that one all the way. All right, that's Free My Grandma's thing. AJ Moore said, the trolls can't even troll correctly. That's a fact, AJ. Friendly was good, friendly. A Thousand Worlds said Atlanteans. Yeah, Devin. Yeah, yeah, Devin. You get just like you don't know what things the people that run this platform have a vested interest in not allowing to be in the algorithm. You must be a really young guy to not be able to tell. You know what I mean? That first comment is one of those things, bro. You know, think about how much money people will lose if what you're saying becomes mainstream. Then weigh that against how serious you think they're going to take it if what you're saying actually becomes mainstream. Use that rubric to conduct yourself accordingly. I'm not saying you can't talk about stuff, but you have to weigh the risk against how open you're being with it. All right, I still talk about stuff, but I use the words where people can understand what I'm saying without having to be explicit. Jason, I guess I can agree with that. If Earth isn't moving, explain the seasons. Listen, the seasons happen because the sun moves. Period. It's okay, Free My Grandma. I appreciate it, man. Guys, like the video if you don't mind, okay? Double tap the screen. If you want to see more people talk about intelligent stuff, then, go ahead and sub. You know what else is scary? That body is open. Josh said there's some high level rage bait. No, Josh is a high level body bag. Evie was good, Evie. Evie, I love you too. I really do, okay? I love and appreciate every single one of you, even the haters, okay? Even the haters. Rock fan said, like and sub. What's good, Piney Creek? Yeah, exactly, Mr. True History. We don't even got to go into it. We don't even got to go into it because you already know. Hey, That's probably the most volatile subject there is right now. I don't give a said all y'all gotta do is dispute the claims. Martian said only classical music live. Are you saying I'm the only person that goes live and plays classical music? Noah said, "Can you explain your theory?" Noah, I don't have any theories. Okay, if there's a question you want to ask about something up here, you can ask that question. But none of these things up here are based on theories at all. Lemon said, "Are you proposing we are in a geocentric solar system?" I'm not proposing that at all. No. Although there are some PhD astronomers that think the fact that we have satellites up at all proves we are in a geocentric solar system. I'm not saying I'm pushing that, but I can show you some PhD astronomers that strongly believe we are in a geocentric solar system merely off the strength of the fact that we have satellites, because they think that satellites could not work in a heliocentric universe at all. Mathematically, this is what some PhD astronomers believe. Mr. True History said, protector of it. That's a fact. I'm just a protector of the scientific method. Devin said, I would actually like to see this. I bet you would, but I don't want you guys to get mad, all right? Lies and slander. Oh, don't call me a liar. Instead of throwing insults, I'm sorry, 1 second. Instead of throwing insults, you all should join the call via Discord and debate. Yeah, I forgot. All right, if you guys do want to join, the Discord is on my page, all right? Yeah. If you want to join, hop in the Discord, and then there's a live show tab. I may or may not bring you up though, because I'm usually pretty good at reading minds. So if I look at your name and it feels trolly, Nard said we just need the time crystals. Dottie said I missed the sacks. All right, it's for you, Dottie. What's up, bro? Are you up here to troll us? Huh? Are you up here to troll us, bro? Hello? All right, what's your question, bro? Huh? What's your question, bro? All right, go ahead. What's your question? You said, what is my proof that Earth is not a globe? Oh. All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that question, bro. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, why did you just say that, man? You know what I mean? You got to speak up. All right. Hey, man, tell us why, you could have asked that from the comments too. You didn't have to call up for that. I am reading the comments. You know that, right? All right. I'm glad you asked that. So let's talk about a new proof that I want to discuss with you guys today that the Earth is not a globe. I talked about this the other day. So this is from a Richard Feynman textbook. All right. Richard Feynman is an MIT professor who talks about the fact that we have basically a parallel distribution in our electromagnetic field on Earth. All right. So you can test this in a variety of different ways. Like you can, many people. I've shown this experiment on my page a lot of different times. So Most people already know what I'm talking about. The fact that you can harvest electricity from the atmosphere, and the higher you go up, the intensity basically goes up by 100 volts. So the further you get away from the Earth, the the more electricity you are able to harvest. So this is not up for debate. This is a 100% fact that you can harvest energy from the atmosphere. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because like in order to recreate that effect in a lab, you cannot recreate that effect on a spherical shape. Now, you can recreate that exact same effect on a horizontal shape. As a matter of fact, you can create it with two parallel horizontal barriers. So this is another reason why, when people say, is there a firmament up there? I'm like, you don't necessarily know that for sure. Because if you look at our electromagnetic field, it's actually consistent with two parallel barriers, not necessarily a dome. It's consistent with two parallel barriers. Our electromagnetic frequency, all right? This is out of a Richard Feynman textbook. Okay, this is what it looks like. All right. So if you can recreate this in a lab. If you get two parallel barriers, you can recreate the distribution that we have in our electromagnetic field. If you have a sphere in there, you cannot recreate that distribution. The distribution that will be recreated by a spherical object will be radial. All right, if we were on a spherical object. So this is, again, more scientific evidence. Now, is it conclusive evidence alone? No, but I mean, it's provable that we have an electromagnetic frequency. It's provable that this is the shape of our electromagnetic field, 100%. As you go up, it gets more intense. 100 volts each meter, or is it each meter? Either way, so again, this is impossible on a spherical shape. All right. Now you could say like, well, boats go over the horizon. All right. Well, again, the horizon is not a physical location, but what's physical, right? What's actually physical is our electromagnetic field, and it's shaped in a way that can only be reproduced on a flat surface. All right. Flat surface. I'm not saying what shape it is. I'm just saying it can only be reproduced on a flat surface in a lab, provably. All right, see Richard Feynman, MIT professor. These are screenshots right out of his textbook. Thank you for that question, by the way. Mark said hilariously, a sphere can be a flat surface depending on scale. So think about it. His response is, okay, you're right, but only because it looks flat. By the way, I never said it was flat. Email, are you up here to troll us?
No, I have a question.
What's your question?
Is it possible that the Earth is concave?
You mean like concave, like a saucer?
Like a sphere, but on the inside. Like you're inside a sphere.
I don't know what you mean, bro.
Oh, that was like the secondary question. My real question is: have you heard of the Georgia Guide?
Yeah, that's kind of an old topic.
It actually helps you out because people.
Not really, bro. Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. Email Bachorn. Isaac, are you up here to troll us? Huh?
How do you explain the circular shadow we observe on the moon? Earth is flat.
What does that have to do with the Earth?
Well, Well, so we observe like the moon goes in cycles where we see the shadow come across it, right? So if the
Yeah, yeah.
Earth is
Listen,
rotating,
listen. Let's not ramble. What does that have to do with the Earth?
okay, how do you explain that shadow? Because it was
Asking me how do I
rotating.
explain it is not answering the question. What did it have to do with the Earth?
My mind, the Earth casts that shadow. So in
There
your
you
mind,
go.
what casts that
That
shadow?
okay, no problem. That's the answer. In your mind, the earth cast that shadow. I can respect that that's true in your mind, but there's no other evidence of that besides you thinking that.
Model explains that shadow. So if you can
I mean,
explain the
only in your
shadow,
mind
we
though.
understand.
Only in your mind. I don't have to have an alternative explanation to require direct evidence of a claim that somebody makes. All right? I have no idea what that shadow is. I'm not going to make a claim about it just cuz I don't know what it is. And if I don't know what it is, that doesn't mean that whatever claim is out there is automatically true. It's a very ignorant way to think about stuff. And I know you weren't explicitly saying that, but
Why
you
would you
weren't,
reject?
excuse me, I know you weren't explicitly saying that, but you were implying that, okay? So again, I can respect that in your mind. You think that it's the earth, but there's no such evidence to prove that it is the earth. And so, yeah, I don't understand why I even have to entertain that as a serious scientific idea.
Fits within the globe model, right?
Well,
So
good
if
for the
you
globe
think it
model.
doesn't
Good
fit
for
the
them.
globe model,
Good for them, bro. Good for them. I'm happy for
so it
them.
is you'd admit it's evidence for the globe model,
Huh?
the circular shadow of the Earth.
Bro,
So you would admit it's true,
models are not conclusive scientific evidences.
true. But
Huh?
this is just one piece of evidence of the model.
But that's true though, right? Models are not conclusive scientific evidences, right? Hello?
It's correct what you just said.
Okay, okay, yeah, right, right. And so keeping that in mind, I am the protector of the scientific method. That's it. Whatever you guys do in model form, totally fine. You can have the best model on the planet. You know what I mean? It could be better than who's the top model on the planet. I don't even know who the top model is today. But anyways, my point is that if there's not scientific evidence for something, then I don't consider it to be true scientifically. A model is not scientific evidence. So this is not exactly in my realm of expertise.
To assess the evidence, we have like a standard by which we assess it, right? Which is the model. So it's like we have all this evidence. Okay, there's different pieces of evidence. Which model fits best with this evidence? So that would allow us to
Yeah, but
understand
that
whether
would
it is
not
right.
be yeah, but that would not be science though. That would be model building, I guess. So I'm not concerned with
Yeah,
that.
but
I'm
is
only
it?
concerned with what can be proven scientifically.
Well, you can call it not science, but what explanation fits best with the evidence is probably
Well,
still important to figure out,
asking
right?
asking me the question what evidence fits best does not automatically make it science. My point still remains.
Might not be science, but we still kind of in our own lives need an explanation for how things work, right?
Well,
It's
listen,
just different things
if you're the type of guy that wants an explanation, even if it's the wrong one, more power to you. I don't operate like that. If the explanation is wrong,
saying it's
I'm not just
wrong.
gonna cling on. I'm not just gonna cling on to a wrong explanation because we don't have the right one yet.
You saying it's wrong makes me feel like there's some other evidence that could explain why there's a circular shadow on the moon.
Well, it doesn't. That I'm not concerned with what shadow is on the moon. I'm concerned with the shape of the Earth. So looking at the sky is not going to solve a mystery of the ground. We got to solve the mystery on the ground by measuring the ground. And the problem with the globe model is that every time we measure the ground, it debunks the globe model. And so you guys end up having to change it. I bring up examples of this all the time. Would you like me to give you one right now?
Except that, let's just say you do have all this cracked evidence, but if your cracked evidence debunks the globe model, then wouldn't this evidence of a circular shadow debunk your Earth model, or would you just say, "Oh, I
No,
don't have a
no,
model"?
no. You're reaching like Michael Jordan in Space Jam right now, bro. Do you even get that joke?
Do get the joke, but can you explain how I'm reaching?
Yeah, because I am basically letting you know that there have been scientific experiments that have been done to prove the shape and the size of the Earth. Now, these things have not produced the results that the globe expected. Because of that, they changed their model. This is not even up for debate. I have proven this. And I will again if you say that I'm wrong. I'm eager. All right. Now you're saying, okay, maybe that's true, but if I make an observation of the sky, doesn't that debunk everything that you just said? This is like the biggest reach in history. Like, huh? What? No, absolutely not. It doesn't do anything like that at all. Not even close.
You want to say your observations and your experiments that you've observed debunk the globe model?
Not
but you're
my
trying to do that in
no,
reverse.
no, not my observations, not my experiments.
Or
Well,
you're observing the result of that experiment. You can
I'm sorry.
see what's true.
Excuse me. Listen, are you familiar with Marconi in 1901 sending radio waves across the Atlantic Ocean?
I'm not.
Okay,
unfortunately,
right,
but
right. All right, all right. Well, let me help you out, bro. Let me help you out.
I'm
All
just,
right.
I'll grant you that it's
What? No,
proves flat
well,
Earth, but
too late. I've already started the explanation. So this is what I want you to grasp because you're not aware of this, and you need to be. You seem like an honest guy, and so I'm gonna help you out. They invented the ionosphere because in 1901, Marconi sent radio waves further than he was supposed to be able to on the globe. Do you understand? The reason why you know that his experiment debunked the globe was because their response to that was inventing the ionosphere. This is not up for debate. Somebody tried to say I was wrong by reading how the ionosphere was invented. They thought that I was wrong, and their explanation was the ionosphere was invented to explain to better explain frequency testing. You see how that's exactly what I just said, right? So my point is that there is no getting around this. They invented the ionosphere to better explain why we were sending radio waves too far, because that's not supposed to be possible on the globe. But that only works up to 40 megahertz. So if I do the same experiment, but it's upwards of 100 megahertz, that debunks the globe again. All right? That experiment has been done ad infinitum. You mean like physical evidence on the ground? All right? I don't give a damn what you see in the sky. Do you understand?
wait, but
No, Isaac. No, there is no but. I don't give a damn what you see in the sky, Isaac. No, I don't give a damn what you see in the sky. If I physically measure the ground, and that's the shape of the ground, nothing you tell me about the sky is gonna change what I measured on the ground. All right.
double standard here where you're saying, oh, here, look, this experiment.
Tell me more about this double standard, Isaac. Tell me more about this double standard. Go ahead. Tell me more. Tell me more. I'm so interested in this. I'm so interested in this. Go ahead, please, God. Please, God. Go ahead, Isaac. Isaac, go. Isaac. Isaac, go. Isaac. Shout out Isaac. Isaac, I think there's something going on in your background over there. I think there's something going on. Deep, are you up here to troll us? Hold on. Deep. Order in the court. Order in the court. Guys, do me a favor, please like the video. Double tap the screen if you don't mind. Sub if you want to see more people on YouTube have intelligent conversations. Okay, Deep, are you up here to troll us?
No, I would just like to ask a couple questions.
Well, one at a time, Deep. One at a time. One question, Deep. I don't trust you guys to elaborate at length. All right, one question at a time. What's your question?
Brought up the ionosphere. Do you believe that the ionosphere actually exists?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been up there. But I know for a fact that the reason why it was invented was to explain why radio waves were debunking the globe. This is true. Whether or not it exists, I have no idea.
You know why the radio waves went farther, right?
Yeah, because it's not a globe. Yeah, that would be why.
Because they detected the ionosphere.
How did they detect the ionosphere? How did they detect the ionosphere? How?
Because he did his test at night.
How did he detect the ionosphere?
And when you send out AM radio
Deep.
waves,
I need short answers from you. Deep, I need short answers from you. How did he detect the ionosphere? How did he do that?
Shot his radio waves and they went farther.
See, you see this, guys? Do you guys hear him? He detected the ionosphere because the radio waves went too far. That's my point. He didn't detect the ionosphere. No, the radio waves went too far. And so he said, well, there must be something there. But guess what? That only works up to 40 megahertz. No, I'm debunking it right now. As a matter of fact, Void, here you go. I'm debunking it right now. Because that only works up to 40 megahertz. All right? Look at my screen. Look at my screen. This is the same experiment being done over 100 megahertz. Same experiment, over 100 megahertz. So the ionosphere honestly doesn't mean anything anymore. Yeah, they invented it, but I don't give a damn if it's real or not. Because once we do the experiment over 100 megahertz, the ionosphere does not come into play. Debunked. All right, globe debunked. You're cooked. All right, you're next to the vegetables. You are cooked. All right, stop this nonsense. All right, get that corn out of my face. Pop, Pete, are you up here to troll us, dude?
No, sir. I just got some questions.
All right, one question. What's your question?
One question. How do you?
Oh, that was your one question? Oh, yes.
No.
Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. Only one question. There you go. Next. Guys, like the video, all right? Sub if you like the content.
Have a little conversation here.
It depends, Deep. It depends if I like you. If I don't want to talk to you no more, if I don't like you, then one question and get your ass on. So clearly, yeah, we'll see.
You know something is there, and you do something that you expect to see certain results, and it doesn't happen, and you detect this thing, and you study this thing.
Deep. You're deflecting, all right? Deep. The ionosphere only works up to 40 megahertz. The experiment was done over 100 megahertz and they got the same result. So this is a moot point.
Through the ionosphere, you're trying like for GPS satellites.
Deep. Do not deflect. Deep. Do not deflect. This experiment debunked the globe in 1901. They invented the ionosphere. That excuse only works up to 40 megahertz. But at 100 megahertz, the ionosphere doesn't work. Do you understand? This is a moot point. It don't matter. All right? The globe is debunked whether the ionosphere is real or not.
Radio waves, that's because of how radio waves are traveling through a medium, right? So
No, you're making all that up. You're making that up, Deep. You're making that up.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Anyways.
Yeah, well, what are you basing it? If you're not making it up, Deep, if you're not making it up, tell us what experiment you're basing it on. Tell us right now.
How do GPS
Tell us what experiment you're basing. Don't ask me another question. Don't ask me another question. Tell us what experiment you're basing this on. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's what I thought, Deep. You see? No, we can't have a conversation. No, we can't have a conversation because you're not talking in good faith. You said, well, the reason why it does that is because of the way radio waves travel through a medium. I'm like, you made that up. No, I didn't. Where did you get it from? Okay, how do GPS satellites work? That's literally what you just did. Okay, how do GPS satellites work? Hell no. Get your stupid ass on. That's why you get one question and then you get on. All right? You don't know how to talk like an adult. All right. Synth, you're back up here again. Are you up here to troll us? Synth.
Yeah.
Are you up here to troll us?
I said no.
Okay, what's your question, bud?
How do you explain ships rising on an open ocean?
Thank you for that question. I appreciate that.
Before, so
Thank you for that question. All right. So ships going over the horizon. This is basically the visual limit of your eye, the horizontal eye zone, horizon. Okay? Ships aren't going over a physical barrier. If you go on Google right now and you type in, is the horizon a physical location? Google is going to tell you, no, the horizon is not a physical location. All right? So that's the explanation. It's actually not physical evidence of anything because the horizon is not even a physical location. This is what's called the facts. All right? Thank you for that question, bud. All right, you got another question?
Is what you say doctrine.
Hold on. What are you saying?
Well, what you said.
What the,
You made the statement that the horizon is not one central location.
I said no, that's not what I said. You weren't listening.
You said it's not at one place.
That's not what I said. You're substituting your own words for a sentence that comes out of my
Tell
mouth.
me what you said.
That's very dangerous. You know, that's a dangerous trait when people do that. If you say something to somebody and in their mind they hear it the way that they substituted the words and not the way you said it, you got to be careful of these kind of people. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if you did that on purpose. Like I don't know if you did it on purpose. Like I don't know if you did it on purpose. Like I don't know if you did. Like, I don't know if you did that on purpose.
So we can move forward.
Yeah, we're gonna move forward right now when you get your ass on. I don't know if you did it on purpose or is that just like a psychological state that you have, but you gotta check that, bro. All right. What I actually said was that the horizon is not a physical location. And then I followed that up by saying, if you get on Google right now and say, is the horizon a physical location? It's gonna say no. And you're asking me, oh, so it's just everything you say facts? I said, get on Google. That was my advice to you. My advice was get your ass on Google. Type in, is the horizon a physical location? And you weren't listening. You weren't. Because you came up and you said, so is everything that you say just facts or what? Not even knowing that I just told you to get on Google. Why do I have to talk to these idiots? Can we get some more intelligent people up here? I mean, Jesus Christ. Nard, what's your question, Nard? What's your question? My bad, Nard. I haven't been looking at the chat. What's your question? You know what, Nard? That body is open. Nard, this for you. Yeah, listen, you guys are dishonest and not intelligent. All right? I'm talking to you two that are right here in this Discord. All right? That's why you guys can't come up and have long conversations with me. You come up, you ask one question, and then I elaborate on your one question. Because otherwise, this show is going to be terrible. Isaac, what's your question?
So is it just or is it just a power trip where you get off on kicking people?
My bad. One more time, bro. What'd you say?
Yeah, you just say trap, Look, is it just a power trip or are you just afraid of getting fucked?
Am I afraid of what?
Getting fucked? Is that why you kick people? Anyone who was a stick eventually is afraid of?
Am I afraid of getting dunked on?
Yeah, why do you kick people?
Yeah, honestly, bro, it's not that it's a power trip, okay? It's just that I don't know you at all. I'm reading your guys' comments in the chat and I'm responding to all of them. I'm not just responding to them, but I'm bringing up actual evidence. You don't need to come up and talk to me if you need to ask me a question or whatever it may be. If you want to go back and forth, we can go back and forth. I think that you have some kind of entitlement going on about needing to talk on a show that's not even yours. You know, if I was on your page and I was trying to force you and your audience to hear my voice like you're doing right now, That would be a power trip. That would literally be a power trip. Because, like, think about it. Like, I never met you even one day in my life. So I don't have to allow you to come up here at all. The fact that I do at all is a miracle, and you should be thankful for that. So yeah, I'm not like, and this is bringing down the conversation. Nobody wants to hear this. You're not talking about anything serious whatsoever. You're not talking about anything serious. You guys are just trying to feed your egos because you're like, I don't like the fact that he thinks he's right, so I want to prove him wrong. And if he doesn't allow me to prove him wrong, then he's fake. What is this? Synth, what's your question or comment, bud?
So, I never made the claim that their horizon was still physical locations.
I never said you made that claim.
But
I never said you made that
yes,
claim.
but
Again, you're having a conversation with yourself.
okay,
Again, you're having a conversation with yourself.
no, I just want to continue though. So,
Well, but you're not going to misrepresent. You're not going to misrepresent the conversation.
no, well, you said that your eyes don't have. The reason you can't see that far is because your eyes have a physical, like a limit. Is
Yes,
that
your
correct?
eyes have a visual limit.
Then how do you describe being able to see the ground when you're on a plane?
What do you mean being able to see the ground?
The horizon is shorter than that. The location, the height at which you are when you're flying a plane.
I don't know that. I don't know that you can make out anything that's on the actual ground from the plane.
Yeah, but you can see it. But
I mean, how do you know though? If people are walking on the ground and you can't see them, then you cannot see the ground.
Yeah, but you can still see the ground.
But
You
but
can't
but
see the
but guess
ship
what?
though. The ship
But guess
is
what?
over.
But guess what? People are walking on the ground and you can't see them. That's the same way that you can't see the sun.
Camera and I
Can you be
zoom in.
quiet? I can't hear you now. I can't hear you. Okay. The same way that people are walking on the ground, but you can't see them. It's the same way that when you look in the horizon, you cannot see the sun or you can't see the boat, even though you can see the horizon. It's the exact same thing. You can't see the people. Just so you know, bro, nobody can hear you. You're muted. I mean, you're very rude. Yeah, you're very rude. But yeah, I explained it perfectly. When you look at the ground, there are people there. You can't see them. When you look at the horizon, there are boats there. You can't see them. Same exact thing. All right. You see, thank you for that question, bro. I appreciate that. That's why I don't leave you guys up here. You know what I mean? It's like you're very rude. You know what I mean? You're very rude and you're dishonest. And quite frankly, you're an idiot. I don't like it. I don't like it. All right. Yeah, that's my point, bud. And I'm not reading any of your comments, okay? Rookie said, "You're the rude one. Rookie, are your feelings hurt?" The one and only said, "I 100% agree." Yeah, I don't get why that example was so hard to understand. He said, "Well, you can see the ground." Yeah, but you can't see the people, right? Oh, yeah. All right, that's why you can't see the boats, stupid. Shout out, Rookie. I saw what you did there, Rookie. Hey, can you explain the Atlantis thing? I'm highly interested. Absolutely, I can. Hold on one second. This is one of my favorite ancient maps out of the Library of Harvard. If you look up ancient stories about Atlantis, almost all of them corroborate the idea that Atlantis was and still is in America. And if you consider the fact that all the technology in America that we have today predates when they told you it was invented by like 500 to 1,000 years, then you start to see that there is only one option, And if you add in the fact that the ATL word grouping only exists in American languages, the word Atlantis itself for sure was invented in America. It's not even a question. That's why there are cities like Atlanta here in America. But anyways, people think of Atlantis, they say it's an ancient land of technology and gold. America is currently a land of technology and gold. Like I said, the only difference between those stories is that the technology predates when they told you it was invented. Now that might be hard for some people to accept, but if you could open your mind a little bit and think about, the scenario where when they got here to America, they didn't invent the technology, they just found it all, then it's clear to see that this was the Atlantis they were looking for. That's why they have all these maps. Buddy said wordplay does not explain everything. Right. So I didn't just bring up maps and ancient stories. I didn't just bring up technology and gold. I brought up gold, technology, maps, ancient stories, ancient writings. And his response is wordplay does not explain everything. Wordplay. Wow. He thought that was wordplay. Clay said the word Atlantic has Greek origins. No, it does not. That's just not true. D said, so are you saying that the technology for smartphones was found in the 1600s? D, I would not doubt it. I'm not going to go that far, but go look at the World's Fairs. Look at the technology that they displayed during the World's Fairs. I mean, some of the technology that they show on Men in Black is actually just reimagined technology from what was actually displayed in the World's Fairs. I mean, listen to what I'm saying. Some of the technology they showed in Men in Black as fiction, this is technology that they had in the World's Fairs in the 1800s. I'm so serious. Michael says smartphones are primitive compared to the technology we used before the last reset. How did I just make assertions when I brought up two different ancient maps? One of which that comes right out of the Library of Harvard. Shout out Mystic Al. The Discord is on my page right now, guys. If you want to join the Discord, it's on my page. Join the live show tab, and maybe I'll a question or two. Buddy said maps explain golden technology. No, golden technology explains golden technology. We know that America is characterized by the gold rush. I mean, the entire brand of the 49ers is made off of the idea that entire civilizations were rushing to Western America because of all of the gold that was there. And the technological revolution around the entire world coincides with the colonization of America. Think about it. The rest of the world did not have technology until America began to be colonized by Europeans. So that's my point. I'm not using the maps as proof of the golden technology. I'm using the golden technology as proof of the golden technology, idiot. New profile said Atlantikos is a Greek word. That is not correct. It might be a Greek word, but not a Greek word. It is a Greek name, not a Greek word, all right? Over here, it is a word, not a name. Vindaloo said, because I've read and studied the origin of works by Plato where Atlantis was first mentioned. Okay, what did Plato say in Timaeus, bud? What did Plato say in Timaeus that contradicts what I'm saying about Atlantis? And watch what you say, all right? Because I might just have Timaeus right here ready to go. Yeah, no, it was a name of a Greek god that was actually plagiarized from ancient Atlantean deities, ancient American deities. Do you understand? Those words do not originate in Greek. Those Greek gods are stolen from ancient American deities. And so was the word. Vindaloo, what happened? I thought you were going to tell us what Plato said. Yeah, yes, they were, Kadriga. Yes, they were. All right, they absolutely were. Honestly, like, for you guys are going to force me to go get that information next time, too. All right? But what is the name of the deity that Atlas was stolen from? What's the name of that deity? No, they do not come from the ancient Greek language. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. You don't even read Greek. Yeah, no, that's not it, Diego. What is Atlantis and Greek have in common? Yeah, the Greeks stole their deities and a lot of their language from Atlantis. As a matter of fact, the Phoenicians, which the language that the Greek language was taken from, is an Atlantean people as well. Certainly, Greek gods are certainly stolen from ancient America. Anyways, listen, I respect all of your guys' opinions in the chat, right? But when you guys ask me what are my beliefs about something or why I say what I say, if you notice, I bring up actual documents and maps that corroborate what I'm saying. You guys can say whatever you want in the chat, but it's not actually corroborated by any documentation. It's not corroborated by any respected scholar ever. All right. Now, you guys might be reading reimaginings of certain words and definitions on Google, but that doesn't make stuff true. All right. When I say America's Atlantis, I bring up all of the stuff that you guys are quoting, and I prove to you exactly how it is pointing to it being America, point blank, period. If you guys want to do that, you're more than welcome to do that. You know what I mean? Hey, like the one dude said that he was bringing up Timaeus. I asked him what did they say in Timaeus, and he just disappeared. I think it's because he knows that Timaeus agrees with me. Be honest said, could the earth have flat spots and still be a circle? Sir, a circle is flat. Oh man, like for real, like conversing with you idiots is starting to get annoying. Yeah, I might need to go take a break. You guys are starting to get real dumb in the chat. Listen, like the video, guys, if you don't mind. Like the video, sub if you like the content. Listen, if you guys want to participate in the conversation, do that. If you're just gonna troll, then I'm just gonna get you out of here. All right. Yeah, Katrina, you were here when I showed those two ancient maps. All right. Truth said it's on a ton of maps. America is the island of Atlantis. That's a fact. I showed both of those maps. All right. Howard, I don't remember your question about the North Star. What did you ask me about the North Star last week? Your mama said, was there any pyramids in Atlantis? Your mama, why are you asking these dumb questions? On why doesn't it move? The North Star actually moves basically 1 degree every 72 years. It's not that it doesn't move, it just moves very slightly. Be Honest said, how do you explain a flight from Hawaii to Japan? You get on the plane leaves Hawaii, and then it lands in Japan. You see, that's what I'm saying. I need to go take a break. You guys are idiots. Vindaloo said, in Timaeus and Critias explicitly, he says, we'll take Socrates' ideal city and show it in action. You see, what are you even saying, Vindaloo? Like, that was complete nonsense what you just put in there. That was complete nonsense. Be Honest said it's 10 hours going west. All right, yeah, fly 10 hours west. There you go. Doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the earth. Be Honest said if it was flat, couldn't be 10 hours. You're just making all that up. All right, you're just making all that up. Bunch of trolls in here right now. Like the video, guys. Some of you like the content, all right? Listen, if I haven't given you a shout out, put your name in the chat so I can give you a shout out before I go take a break, all right? These trolls are trying to drain my loosh, and I'm not going to allow them to do that. Gravity's not a scientific theory. That's the explanation. It's never been backed up by a scientific experiment, period. Listen, if I haven't shouted you out, put your name in the chat, all right? This is starting to get boring as hell. Listen, you guys can say that this is rage bait all you want, but you cannot, you will not, you have not proven me wrong. So if that makes you angry that you can't prove me wrong, then I guess. What does we equals not equal African? The out of Africa theory is a lie that can be traced back to Melville Hershkovich. Not only that, the Atlantic slave trade was told in reverse. Slaves did not come to America, they came from America. This is just a fact, okay? This is just a fact. Do me a favor, like the video, sub if you like the content. Fish, I have proved myself right literally all day. Literally all day. Matthew said he got one part semi-correct. A lot of history is lies. The rest is pure lunacy. Well, if you know that they lie about history, then why would you believe any of this other stuff without checking it out first? I don't give a Vok said, where are the slave ships? Be honest said, there's definitely a firmament and we cannot leave this planet. What's good, JJ? Envia said everything that you guys think only works on a globe also works on a flat plane, period. It's not even a question. As a matter of fact, it all worked on a flat plane for thousands of years before anybody knew it was a globe. Okay, they had models that they used to navigate the Earth and be able to tell when the solar and lunar eclipses were on the flat plane. I'm not saying it's flat. I'm just saying models don't mean anything. Matt, the shape of our planet is not observable. And no, the shadow does not prove it. It's sad that you have to point to the sky in order to prove the ground because you have no evidence of the ground. Shout out Timon. Timon said, so true. I just subscribed. The GOV have lied to us our entire lives. That's a fact. Be honest said, I don't know if we even real or a computer simulation. It's a simulation. A simulation. Be honest said, I don't know the shape. Neither do we. Be honest, neither do we. Timon, no, not 5 minutes, 2 minutes max, all right? What's good, Josh? Oh, Invia said, what is a globe? Be honest, it's a three-dimensional circle. So if you can't navigate in a circle around a plane, then you can't do it on a globe either. Michael said, you are in a simulation, sir. Assimilation. Assimilation. Frankie said, what's up from Brooklyn? His story is certainly a lie. Hopefully the sound is still working good. Oh, hold up. My bad. I forgot the mic was over here. Hopefully the sound is still working good. I'm charging and doing it at the same time. If the sound starts to mess up, let me know right away, okay, guys? Verm, what's up, Verm? What up, Big Verm? I mean, Big Worm. Odin said, prove the theories. Odin, there are no theories up here to prove, okay? These are all facts. These are all facts based on the scientific method. We are the guardians of the scientific method up here, okay? Guardians of the scientific method. Assemble! Oh. Yeah, guys, if you want to participate in the conversation, just ask a question. You know, you could do that. Saying that this is rage bait, I'm just going to get you out of here, okay? Because you're just trying to take away from the combo. You're not adding anything with that. Guys, do me a favor. Like the video, please. Like the video. Sub if you like the content. I love and appreciate all of you guys so much. Yeah, I already did that, Odin. All right, I'm not your puppet. I've already proved everything that I said up here. Look, how long have I been live today? I've already been live for 2 hours, all right? Everything that I said has already been proved. If you have a specific question, ask me a specific question. Do not give me orders, all right? Yeah, Arcanede, I never said the earth was flat. Core the King said, I have seen a newborn pigeon. Responding to Josh. Christian said, Earth not moving, you mean like not rotating? Yeah, not moving or rotating. None of that. Hey, D, all of the above. Somebody said, is dating fake? Kind of, yeah. Especially in this day and age, but we don't got to go there. Assimilation. Yeah, I know assimilation and assimilation are two different things. You guys don't get the jokes at all, man. You guys have no sense of humor. If you guys want to call in, you do it from the Discord, okay? The Discord is on my page right now. You join the live show tab when you get in there, and maybe I'll bring you up, maybe I won't, all right? We'll see how I'm feeling. You got to get lucky. Yeah, maybe I will, maybe I won't, eh? B, are you up here to troll us? B, are you an adult?
Yes.
How old are
I
you?
just have a high pitched voice. I just sound like this.
How old are you?
I am 26.
What year you graduated high school? You're not
I
26.
don't remember.
You're not 26, bro. Nobody doesn't remember the year they graduated high school, bro. Everybody knows what year they graduated high school. We wait our entire lives for that day. Nobody. You had that day on your calendar, bro. You had that day on your calendar from the time you were 12. When I was 12, I was like, boy, when am I graduating high school? So I can get out of here. Period. You're a little kid. You're a little kid. Be honest, bro. You're not 18, right? All right. Thank you for leaving, bro. All right, I appreciate that. All right, don't come on, don't play with us like that. I know you're a little kid. Look at these people trying to do anything to get me shut down. Anything to get me shut down. Like the video, guys. Okay, like the video. Sub if you like the content, because these people don't like people exercising their free speech. They're trying to shut down my free speech. Okay, don't let them do it. Do not let them do it. Are you up here to troll us, Arca Need? Huh?
I am not here to troll you. No, I'm just here to ask you a couple questions.
Okay, well, let's start off with one question. What is your main important question?
Okay, so I have kind of two important questions, but one of which is actually about AV, so I will use that one. I'm actually a software developer professionally, and one of the things I worked on was GIS mapping software. And in that, you have to worry about map projections because flat maps do not accurately represent the Earth because,
Says who?
well,
Says who?
my viewpoint is
Well, yeah. Says who? Who says that?
says that you have to do the projections.
No. Who says that these flat projections are not consistent with the physical Earth that we inhabit? Who says that? Where's the evidence of this?
Actually,
Well, that's kind of funny because for all actual engineering projects, they use planar measurement that does not take the curvature into account. So this is not like a computer program. This is actual real life where engineering needs to happen and people's lives depend on it.
right. But
Yeah.
you're forgetting that the computer program is supposed to model it. Right?
Well,
And then
well,
the
I,
software
yeah, I'm not
software
forgetting
is
anything.
million
No,
here, and
you're
the
well,
government-
what you're
No, no,
forgetting. No, what you're forgetting.
Basically,
No, 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 no,
you're-
no. Oh no, you're quite mistaken. I'm not forgetting that at all. Trust me, and I promise you're not going to talk over me. I swear to God. I swear to God. I know maybe you do this to your boyfriend. I know maybe you do this for your boyfriend. I'm not him. All right. I'm not gonna let you talk over me. So hopefully I can get some ass later. All right. So yeah. Anyway. So, like I was saying, I don't really give a damn what goes on in computer software programs. In real life, when they're actually building stuff, they don't take the curvature into account. And so, whatever's going on the computer is simply that. What's going on the computer? When rubber meets the road, when engineering hits the street, they do not take into account the curvature. And this is all the way up into 160 miles, by the way. They don't even take into curvature when they start to get to 10, 20 miles. And there's a lot of curvature being missed in between 10 and 20 miles, young man. All right, now you can talk.
The thing is, they do actually take they take into account the curvature,
Who?
especially when building long bridges.
You're lying.
I'm not actually.
Okay, all right. So I brought this up. I'm listen. I don't know if you saw up here, but I got 20,000 debate victories. You don't think that I've talked about this with people before? You don't think many people have forced me to bring up this information? If you look up, if you matter of fact, I don't even got to look it up. I know I have it on here. I'm that thorough. I just haven't even looked it up in a long time. It's on the screen right now. You lying MFer. All right, geodetic versus plane. Excuse you. I'm gonna read it for you so you can hear it. Here you go. Geodetic versus plane surveying. Geodetic surveying accounts for the curvature of the Earth, right? And gravity field covering large areas. Data is often collected via satellites. Via satellites, they don't collect geodetic survey using plane survey measurements. Let's look at plane survey measurements. Assumes the Earth is flat, ignoring curvature, which is suitable for smaller local projects. I know it says smaller, but right next to it, it says typically under 250 damn kilometers. That's 160 damn miles. All right? Under 160 miles, they do not take the curvature into account. You're just lying. What bridge are you referring to that's over 160 miles? What bridge are you talking
I
about?
was wrong. There, I will admit that. But
I respect you for that. I respect you for that.
Why is it not suitable for anything larger?
You're asking me? Oh, nobody builds anything larger. What do we build? The reason why they put that because nobody builds anything that large. So it's a cop out for them. That's the point.
To build highways.
Highways aren't measured in large forms. All right. I've laid concrete before. You lay concrete in like 10 feet segments. So they're only measuring 10 feet at a time when they build highways.
Well, then why even specify that it only works in small areas?
Because they're trying to trick you. They want you to look on Google and be like, oh, thank God, Google agrees with me. They do take the curvature into account. And I know they don't take it into account when they're building stuff, but if it's over 160 miles, they do. They put that on Google so that way you would read it and feel better about yourself at the end of this conversation. That is literally it.
You not doing the same?
No, I'm trying to figure out the truth.
I don't know if someone figuring out the truth would boil down their points to little clickbaity 3-word little statements.
Well, I get that. I get that you're trying to misrepresent what I'm saying because you felt some type of way about having to admit that you were wrong earlier, but that's not what I'm doing. Just because that's all it took. Hold on. Just because that's all it took for me to prove you wrong, that don't mean that's all I'm doing up here. That body is open. Go ahead.
Anyway, that still doesn't prove that map projections aren't a thing that you have to account for.
I never.
As someone who's written software to model these things.
Good for the
that are
software.
used in government
Good for
and
the
military
software.
applications.
Oh yeah. I'm sure, right? And I don't doubt you on that. But this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when we are doing stuff in real life, like for example, flying a plane, they tell the pilots, hey, I know in school they taught you that the earth was curved, but when you're flying this plane, you're gonna have to ignore that shit because land the damn plane. All right. I know that they told you the earth was moving in school, but while you're flying the plane, ignore that shit, please, so that way we can land. The earth is not moving at 1,000 miles per hour while you're flying the plane. But somehow when you stop flying it, the earth magically starts moving. Same thing when we are actually building bridges and actually building buildings. Yeah, I know there's supposed to be this amount of curvature in between 3 miles, but we don't take that into account. It's there, I promise. It is there. But we're just not taking into account when it matters. So your computer programs aren't going to change what happens in real life. And I know that you feel strongly about those computer programs, but that still doesn't change reality.
Okay. Sure. I'm not arguing that they're going to change reality. But okay. I guess we'll move on. I really don't know where to go from.
Listen. I know I come off rude and aggressive. Okay, my main point is this. My main point of this is I'm not denying that you're doing what you're saying you are doing. What I am denying is the sides of the earth, and if we have evidence conclusive, we can't get rid of. Um, are we back? Are we back? Sorry, my service started messing up. I think we're back. Okay, my point is that if we do have evidence that is somewhat conclusive, we can't get rid of conclusive evidence with evidence that is not conclusive. The same thing when somebody brought up the shadows on the moon. Like if I take a measurement of the ground and the ground gives me not curved, you can't look at a shadow and say, yeah, but the shadow is curved. Okay, if the ground was provably curved and then we looked at the shadow and the shadow was curved, maybe that would be evidence because it coincides. But it cannot be contradictory evidence when it's not even conclusive in its own self. So that's all I'm saying about your computer programs.
Fair enough. I could see why that would not be conclusive enough evidence. I was sort of making a point of we do have to take this math into account.
And if you want to expand on that, I will allow you the freedom to expand on that. All right, just please don't get too long-winded. You can expand on what you're saying.
I personally had to do too much of the math because it's way above my pay grade. I'm a software developer, not a mathematician, and I don't want to do calculus or anything like that. So there's a bunch of libraries that do it for you, but you do have to convert between the steps.
All good. All right. Well, what? Go ahead. What else? Go ahead.
I have to ask one thing. You mentioned, just ignore all that. If you're in a plane, ignore that the Earth is moving. Why would it change when you get up in the air? Why would it matter if the Earth was moving or not? How would that even affect flying?
Oh, well, for example, the Coriolis effect. So people talk about the fact that the literal atmosphere is experiencing the Coriolis effect because of the drag of the Earth moving. So if that actually is true, then that means that if I was in a helicopter, I could go straight up in the air, and because of the Coriolis effect, meaning that the Earth is dragging under me, the plane would either be stationary because of the force of the plane and the earth would move under it, or the plane would slightly drag behind the earth because of the Coriolis effect. This is not what we experience. So that's my point, is that sometimes they want to say that planes don't need to take this into account because the atmosphere is moving in lockstep, but that contradicts the idea of the Coriolis effect. So you can't have it both ways. If the Coriolis effect is there because the earth is moving, then that means that the things on top of the earth must have to take into account the earth moving because the Coriolis effect. But again, the Coriolis effect don't actually come from the earth moving. The Coriolis effect is just the electromagnetic field moving the atmosphere above the earth. So that's why planes don't have to take it into account. But if the earth was moving, they would. Because we're talking about 1,000 miles per hour. All right? That's how much the earth is allegedly moving in a circle. So if I am in Japan or whatever and I go up in the air and I am out of again, the atmosphere is supposed to be dragging behind the earth because of the Coriolis effect. So if I'm up in the air in the atmosphere, the earth is supposed to be moving 1,000 miles per hour under me.
Okay, I do want to say something about the 1,000 miles per hour. I have no idea anything about the Coriolis effect. I don't know. I cannot begin to debate you on that. But I do have to say that the 1,000 miles per hour is vastly exaggerated because it is one rotation per 24 hours. That is, if it were shrunk down so small, you wouldn't really be able to notice it moving.
This is all alleged though, right? Because you had to start the sentence off with "if it shrunk down." You see what I mean? So while I can respect that, when you tell me 1,000 miles per hour and you tell me that, yeah, but you just can't feel it, how am I supposed to react to that? It is moving 1,000 miles per hour, but we also can't feel it. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I can't just hang my hat on that. Yeah, it is moving, but you just really can't feel it. Or maybe it's not moving. That's also another option.
If your car's going the same speed as you, would you expect to somehow be like flung at the back of the car if the car never changes speed? If you're moving at the same speed as the car?
Listen, this is all if, ands, or buts. Cars don't move 1,000 miles per hour. If a car moves 1,000 miles per hour, you're gonna
It doesn't
experience.
matter how
You're gonna if a
fast
car
you
is moving
move,
1,000 miles
the
per hour,
forces
you're
are
gonna experience
like
serious jet lag, serious, or whatever that shit is called. Whiplash. You're gonna experience whiplash.
but that only happens with a change.
Yeah,
in force.
and the Earth
And
does, and allegedly, I know you probably haven't looked this up, but if you look it up, the Earth does allegedly change speeds. And then your next response is gonna be, yeah, but it only changed speeds a little bit. All right, you can't see this is all just backpedaling and moving the goalposts. It's nonsense. Well, so you wouldn't feel the speed. Okay, but yeah, you would at 1,000 miles per hour, but only if it changes speeds. Okay, but it does change speeds. Yeah, but it only changes slightly. You see what we're doing here? This is just all nonsense. It really is nonsense. All right. If you can't feel speed, then the base conclusion that you're not moving until proven otherwise. If you can prove otherwise, then we have a conversation. If you can't prove otherwise, I'm not just gonna assume.
My girlfriend's here. Give me 1 second.
Oh, my bad. Oh, she was probably really mad when I said the boyfriend thing then. She said, I do not date men. It's all good. Listen, guys, like the video. All right, like the video if you don't mind. Double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content.
Anyway, sorry about that.
It's all right.
Where were we?
You were talking about driving in a car, and I was saying 1,000 miles per hour would definitely be felt. And you said only if you change speed. And I was pointing out that the Earth certainly does slow down and speed up based on the model that you guys believe in. And so, this all goes out the window,
Does it not?
Huh?
Does it? I have no idea if it does or not.
Well, my opinion is that it's not moving at all. And that's not even my opinion. It's never been proved to be moving. But in the current model that you guys have, yeah, the Earth does speed up and slow down. Certainly. I mean, even just think about the mathematics of this.
No.
Think about this. Think about this. If the sun is moving through space, right? And the Earth is circling the sun, you see how the Earth has to speed up when it's going the same direction that the sun is moving in order to catch up to the sun and go back around it. This is just mathematical facts. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like they cannot build a model without the Earth speeding up and slowing down around the sun. Because if the sun is moving, when the Earth is going the opposite way of the sun, it slows down. When it's going the same way as the sun, it has to speed back up to keep the same orbit going. Yes. Or otherwise, that does not work mathematically.
Same way as the sun. What do you mean by that?
Oh God, man. Okay, so if one of your fingers is going around the other finger, are you with me so far?
Yeah.
All right. And now the finger that's in the middle is physically moving towards your door. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
The finger that's going around, when it's going in one direction, it would go a certain speed, but when it's going the other direction, it would have to speed up the direction that the finger is moving. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yes, because the finger is moving. So when the other finger is going the opposite way, it slows down to go around. Then when it comes, it has to catch back up. This is in the model. This is actually in the model. They have to account for this. So that's why when I bring this up to other people and they say the same thing as you, that would only happen if it was changing speeds. And I bring up the fact that, okay, yeah, but the Earth does change speeds. They always have to be like, yeah, I know, but only a little bit. That's the answer. You see, so this is not a settled science. This model does not work.
Isn't it changing speeds at a consistent rate? So you would be used to that force.
You're just making that up now. Because at first you said only if it changes speeds. Now but it changes speeds consistently, so you would be used to it. This is all imaginary. This is all imaginary.
Not in the.
There's no evidence of this anywhere on the planet. All right. There's no evidence of this anywhere on the planet. I get that this fits your model, but this cannot be demonstrated in a lab. You cannot show people going 1,000 miles per hour in a lab and not feeling it. You can't even represent that. Even at constant speeds, we can't represent it. So for now, this is all imagination.
Why would it change if you feel
It
nothing?
wouldn't. But Argme, I'm saying it wouldn't. All right? Because everything that you're saying, the way we experience it, it would be the exact same experience if it also wasn't moving. And it would not require all of these extra assumptions. If we just assume the earth ain't moving, then everything just works perfectly like it's supposed to. We don't got to assume that the earth is speeding up, slowing down 1,000 miles per hour, a million. Nothing defies the laws of physics if the earth is not moving. If the earth ain't moving, the laws of physics work exactly like they're supposed to. And Arcanid, let me give you another thing, right? You might appreciate this, even though you're a software person and maybe not a scientific experiment person. But you know, when you run scientific experiments in a lab, the very first step, not the very first step, but you have to basically have an inertial reference frame in order to count the laws of physics as they are the way we have them on Earth. Newton did a bucket experiment that tried to basically detect whether or not the Earth was moving. And his conclusion was that the Earth was not moving because this is Newton's bucket experiment. His conclusion was that the Earth was not moving. Otherwise, we would not have a proper inertial reference frame in order to do experiments. When we do experiments on the Earth, we experience still inertial reference. All right? Yeah, it's possible that we are just moving so fast that we can't tell. But you know what's more probable? We're just not moving.
Okay, but there is the observable fact that the stars do change during different seasons,
Yeah, but
different constellations.
But that would be
So
that would be
imply that we're moving throughout
no,
space.
no. That would imply that the stars are moving. If you notice a change in the stars, that would imply a change in the stars, not a change in the Earth.
We also noticed a change in the climate that also aligns with the Earth moving around the sun and the tilt of it changing sort of, I guess, how much.
Are you aware of the fact? Are you aware of the fact that because of the mathematical equivalence between the Ptolemaic and the Copernican system, that when you say the seasons are in line with the movement of the Earth, that's the same thing as saying that the seasons are in line with the possible movement of the sun? Are you aware of that?
I had no idea what you said.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that before Copernican, right? The mathematical system that we use to explain the stars and the sun and the moon is the exact same mathematical system that we use today. It was called the Ptolemaic system. It's literally, there's a mathematical equivalence basically. So my point is that when you talk about the seasons and everything in the sky being in line with the earth moving, it's not in line with the earth moving. It's in line with the sun moving. That's how they track these things. And then they switch the math around to assume that this is evidence of the earth, but they never track the earth. They only track the sun. So it's not evidence of the earth whatsoever. It's just evidence of the sun. So every time you say, okay, but this is in line with the movement of the earth, what you're actually saying is they tracked the sun and then they called it the earth's movement. That might be over your head, but that's the truth.
Sure. I mean, originally they would have said it was the sun and the stars movement.
Originally they did. Originally they did
Yeah,
for
and-
thousands of years.
But they updated their model. Why?
To lie to you, so that way you would be dumb. Because they knew that. Why do they want to keep people dumb?
I mean, there is reasons to do that.
All right,
Why
all
would they
right.
figure
There you
the
go.
Earth through all different regimes, through all different parts of the world. And
It's
have
not
the
all
math
different.
bolster
It's not
it.
all different regimes. It's not all different regimes. It's not all different parts of the world. It's the ones that are currently running.
Okay.
Hold on,
It's
hold
been
on,
thousands of
hold
years
on,
that we
hold on.
believe that the Earth is round.
No,
And
no,
moving.
that's a lie. No, that's a lie.
That is not a lie. That is proven fact.
How is that a proven fact? Based on what?
Basically, every history book ever, evidence.
So history books are
from-
proven facts now. So if something's written in it, so if something's written in a history book, it's proven fact. That's where we are. That's where we are.
You keep quoting historical mathematicians.
Don't deflect. You said it's a proven
I'm
fact.
not deflecting.
Oh, then,
Like,
then
okay, so the thing is-
I know you're not deflecting. I'm not allowing it. You're not deflecting because I'm not allowing you to. All right. Listen.
No.
No. Yes. No. Oh, yes. All right. You said it's a proven fact. I asked how. You
I
said
don't want to
because
interrupt you, but you can interrupt me.
correct.
Yeah,
This is my show. Correct. This is my show. It's not your channel. This is
That's
mine.
incredible. What
You're
you
welcome.
doing?
You're welcome for allowing you to be up here in the first place. You're welcome for even doing that. I don't know you. I don't have to talk to you.
Whatever the fuck this is.
Honestly, I don't
You're
know.
making money off of me.
I'm not doing anything off of you. As a matter of fact, I can't even hear you.
Whatever.
Honestly, I thought we were having a good conversation. I thought we were having a good conversation. I thought we were, but I guess we're not. You know what I mean? No, it's all right. Listen. The crowd is all. Listen, it's all good. You know what I mean? It's all good.
I'm willing to continue.
Listen, I'm a nice guy, all right, but I gotta stand strong on my 10. Okay, you can't come up here and disrespect me, and start to get frustrated and troll and try to play mind games with me. Then when I call you on it, then try to play the victim. Oh, so you can interrupt me, but I can't interrupt you. Oh, yeah, duh. I mean, I'm the host of the show. You're a caller. All right. I mean, why is that? I swear to God, the entitlement level is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I let everybody else come up here and ask me one question, and then I got them out of here. We've been talking for the last few minutes. Listen, you know what? I'm sure I probably need to cut her some slack, right? I'm sure I probably need to cut her some slack. But listen, I'm sick of the mind games. Okay, I get it. You guys are really focused on trying to prove me wrong, but this live is not about me. All right, it's about the truth. Okay, you trying to prove me wrong is not going to do anything for anybody. If you want to prove that I'm wrong, go find some evidence and then come present it. All right? If you present evidence and I ask you what it is and you say, oh, a history textbook, don't get upset when I press you on that. I'm like, okay, fine. So we're basing this on history textbooks. And let me respond to what you were saying. All right, let me respond to what you were saying about it being proven for thousands of years. It has not been proven for thousands of years. That's why I start off by telling you history is a lie. Okay? Around the 14 and 1500s, the clergy began to heavily censor what information was being let out to the public. A lot of history began to become lies at that point. Okay, around the 14 and 1500s, especially here in America. I mean, you can find an encyclopedia as late as like 1940 in America where they do not specify that the earth is a globe. They do not specify that, all right? You are just lying. Now, you know what? You're not lying. You're not lying. Because they taught you that in school, that Eratosthenes proved it 1,000 years ago. That is a lie. Nobody can even prove that Eratosthenes was a real person, number one. And that experiment that Eratosthenes allegedly did does not prove the shape and size of the earth. This is all bullshit. Okay? They did not know what shape and size the earth was for thousands of years. Okay? If you ask them, when they got the very first quote unquote picture or real evidence of the shape and the size of the earth, that wasn't until the fake ass moon landing. Do you understand that even to this day, their only real picture of the earth that they submit is still the fake moon landing photo? This is complete bullshit. Everything else is all fabricated photos. All right. And just because they taught you that Eratosthenes did an experiment 1,000 years ago, that don't mean that it's a proven fact that we proved it 1,000 years ago. Okay. The shape and size of the earth got debunked in 1901. I brought up the Marconi experiments. That's when they invented the ionosphere. All right. And then that was debunked when they did the experiments over 100 megahertz. All right. Come up here with some facts. Don't come up here talking about this is what they taught me in the history textbook. I don't respect that shit. And I would allow you to do all that bullshit if you didn't get so pretentious on me. All right? Guys, do me a favor, like the video, all right? Sub if you like the content. Listen, person who was just last up here, Archimede, listen, you just came up here and cried about me interrupting you, and then you tried to play the victim talking about I'm making money off you. I'm not really making that much money off you. What, a few cents? Like, I don't want you to feel that way. For real, now you're making me feel bad. Like now you're trying to make me feel like guilty for bringing you up here and allowing you to talk on my show. I don't want to feel guilty for allowing people to talk on my show, but that's what you just tried to do. All right, and I do not respect that. Okay, I do not respect that at all. And as a matter of fact, if you come up here, I probably won't have anything nice to say to you for that. Trying to play the victim on me, I allowed you to come up here. This is my channel, bud. Think about it. Like, I've been doing my thing without you coming up here and talk. I don't need you to come up here. All right, so if you guys want to come up here, I get it. All right, you disagree with me and you don't like me. That's fine. But you're gonna show some damn respect, period. Or you don't come up here. It's that simple. All right, you're gonna show some respect. What's up? Thank you for letting me call into your show. Like, none of you guys ever say that when you come up here. Hey, what's up? I know you ain't gotta let me on, but thank you for letting me call in and speak, bro. Never, not even one time. And I still let you guys come up here, curse me out, and troll me. Oh, you're making money off me. Don't come up here then. Crybaby with all that crybaby shit. You don't gotta come up here if you think I'm making money off you. What's wrong with you? Listen, I know your girlfriend let you get away with this victim mindset shit, but don't come and do that shit to me, all right? I love women, but you guys are not finna come up here and make me out to be the bad guy because I'm allowing you to come up and disagree with me. All right, that's that bullshit. Why are you so mad? I'm so mad because I thought me and her were having a good conversation, and I was enjoying it. Then I had to get her out of here just because she started doing the victim shit. The Lord, are you up here to troll us? Are you up here to troll? No? Or what's your question or comment?
Listening because you're really putting the real offended in the real offended show.
Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for coming up and let me know if you got something that you want to say. All right. Shout out Ragnar. Ragnar said FTB. Hey, exactly. Hey, Ragnar, FTP. All right. Shout out George Lopez. FTP. Okay. Like, I start getting too nice, and now I start feeling bad about myself. I'm like, have I really allowed myself to get to the point where I'm so nice that she just comes up here and is like, oh, you're interrupting me. You should feel bad about interrupting. What? I should feel bad about interrupting you? I should feel bad for even letting you up here. For real, I'm like, dude, what is all this? What is this?
That's fine. We can have a regular conversation. The point
No, we can't have a regular conversation because you're too pretentious. No, you're too pretentious. I don't like that shit. All right. I'm sitting here honestly spilling out, hey, putting my heart on a sleeve for you, telling you exactly how I feel. And you're like, oh my God, you're interrupting me. How are you being so rude? I'm like, what? All I did was ask you a question. All I did was ask you a question. You deflected from my question, and you turned that into your interrupting me.
we don't need to like
I need to
either.
talk. Listen, Arcanede. Listen, again, I know that maybe this is the relationship that you have with people in your life. In my life, people don't tell me what to do. All right, I do whatever I want to do when I want to do it. When I feel like getting turned up, I'm gonna get turned up. When I feel like calming down, I'm gonna calm down. You know what I mean? So let's just not do that. All right. Somebody said you like talking to women like this. I like talking to women. Period. Their voices are a lot nicer than your guys's. I don't know if you know that. Women's voices, they're a lot nicer on the ears. You know what I mean? It comes off better on the palate than hearing a bunch of dudes' weird voices in my ear. So yeah, I like talking to women a lot more than I like talking to you dudes. Get over it. All right, Arcanede. What's on your mind this time?
Well, I wanted to finish my point from last time, and we don't have to do the whole argument thing.
Oh, well, okay, but before you get to your point, I just want to establish that you said that it's been proven for thousands of years. I pointed out that that was not true, and your evidence for that was high school history books, I'm assuming. History books are not first person documents, so that is not evidence. And even if it was a first person document, if somebody did an experiment back then that proved something, we better be able to repeat it today and that be evidence. That experiment has been repeated today, and it does not prove the shape and size of the Earth if you're talking about the Eratosthenes experiment. Okay? If you're talking about a different experiment, then bring that one up. But if you're talking about the Eratosthenes, we talk about that literally every single day on here. All right? They've abandoned that completely because they know that they cannot prove that that proves the shape or the size of the Earth. So, is that what you're talking about? Is that what you want to go into?
No. Let me ask what that experiment is first, and then I'll say what I was gonna say.
You're asking what is that experiment?
Yes.
It's the experiment that people always talk about with the sticks and shadows that the ancient Greeks did to prove the shape and the size of the Earth. Again, impossible for them to even have done it during the time that they said that they'd done it with the technology that they had. Number one, and number two, that experiment don't even prove the shape and the size of the Earth. It don't prove the shape and the size of the land between those 2 points, let alone the shape and the size of the entire Earth. So yeah, that is what I'm talking about. When you say that we've known the shape and the size of the Earth for thousands of years, that's the only thing that people ever bring up. So if you know of something else, then let us know. What's good, Linda?
For the specifics, let me say the one point I did want to say, which was essentially we are both quoting history as a source. You quote historical, like mathematicians and whatnot, who had some ideas about some things, not so many ideas about other things.
Okay, I'll let you
we're kind
finish.
of
Okay, I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
We're just sort of taking each other's word for these historical sources, and the only difference is that I'm doing it instead of you.
I disagree with that 100%. Yeah, that's not what we're doing. I don't think that you're giving any sources whatsoever. I can't name one physical source that you gave. Everything that I talk about up here is backed up by sources. You're correct. And I do not tell people to take my word. Hold on. And I do not tell people to take my word that these sources are correct on face value. Never. My point, especially when I say history is 100% lies, is that when you guys are saying stuff like what you said earlier, like when you say we've known for a fact the shape and size of the Earth for thousands of years. So that would be history that you're talking about, which is 100% lies, because it's not backed up by historical documents. The history that I talk about is, at the very least, backed up by historical document. Does that mean that it's true? Not necessarily. But versus the story that you're telling, my story is definitely true because it's backed up by documents. The story that you're telling, even the story that you read in history books, it's not backed up by documents. That would be my larger point. So when I am reading from documents, I'm doing just that, reading from documents. When you guys are blabbering at the mouth, you're not reading from documents, you're reading from goddamn Google for the most part.
I haven't really Googled anything here.
You haven't given us any documents. That's why I disagree with that. You said history book.
You haven't really given me any.
Well, not maybe you specifically, but I've been live for over 2 hours now, 2 hours and 30 minutes. I've given countless documents on every single subject. I've given countless documents on every single subject up here. Absolutely. And I did bring up the geodetic the difference between plane and geodetic surveying. And while that was on Google,
You showed me the Wikipedia page.
yeah, and while that was on Google, my point is that when you guys are blabbering at the mouth, you're repeating bullshit. Me, I'm the only one reading from documents. I'm the only one doing that.
First-hand source, actually, even. So what is the difference between me quoting Wikipedia and you?
You're not quoting Wikipedia. You're not quoting Wikipedia. You just pull shit out of your ass.
I'm just saying, if I did, because you're saying if you Google things.
Do you disagree? Hold on. How about this? Do you disagree with what I read about plane and geodetic surveying or something?
I don't really care what you read there.
Well then guess what? You can't use that as an example because what I pulled up is not debatable. No, you cannot. When I pull up stuff, it's not debatable. Whether I read it off Google or not, it's something that we all agree on. It's something that's not debatable. Plane survey measurement does not take the curvature of the Earth into account. All right. So again, you can say, well, yeah, I mean, but you're just doing the same thing I'm doing. No, the hell I'm not. When I pull up a point, you know what you said multiple times in this conversation? You know what? You're right. I'm going to backtrack because I was wrong. You physically said that multiple times in this conversation. I ain't said that in 10 years.
Once or twice.
I said 2 times.
That's actually more of a issue on your end.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's an issue on your end. It's an issue on your listen. If I am undefeated in basketball, that don't mean that I'm not good. That means that the competition that I'm playing is trash. The competition that I'm playing is trash. The people that disagree with me, you guys that want so desperately to prove me wrong, but you try and fail.
Because I didn't research in it.
That's correct. Arcanede. Yes.
30 minutes before bed.
Listen, you are hitting this right on the head right now. You know why you're not able to prove me wrong? You or anybody in the chat? Because you didn't do the research. And I did. It's just like getting in the gym. I don't know if you're an athlete. I don't know if you're an athlete. But it's just like getting in the gym. You know, like when you go to the gym, it don't seem like you're doing something major. Right? Like when I'm shooting, hoops in the gym by myself, all I'm doing is shooting from 5 feet away, 10 feet away. I might get up 100 shots, 200 shots. It don't seem major. But then when we step on the court and I shoot and I'm jaying your face off, when I'm jaying your face off from half court, all them little tiny shots that I did in the gym, it all becomes worth it. Same thing with me doing research. Every book that I read, it seems like it's meaningless. Every little piece of detail that I research, it seems meaningless. Until I have conversations with you, and then I'll run circles around you because of all the research that I did and all the time that you did not spend in the gym. All right, Arcanede?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I had a couple questions based on my understanding and experience of things from my small little
Okay.
that I have.
Okay, Arcanede.
And that's it.
All right, I'm gonna give you one more question. All right, and then I'm gonna move on. And if you're still here, when I come back around, I'll give you another one. But one more question, and I'm gonna allow them to come up. What's your question?
Fair enough. I will say this has been a fun conversation at the very least. There's some, twists and turns, not so fun things. It's been fun. I do have one thing. I think a while ago in the stream you mentioned someone said something about looking down, and you mentioned not being able to see people.
Yes.
The limits of your vision.
Yes.
The thing is that if you zoom in, you will be able to see those people.
Same thing with the boats. Same thing with the boats. That is proven.
No, actually.
Yes, actually.
There have been many videos that have shown that those actually kind of have the boat prematurely sink under the horizon due to atmospheric effects, and when they actually go under the horizon, well, then you can't see them. Do not
Yeah,
zoom
you're
in
you're
that
making
video.
you're making that up. You're making that up.
No, I'm not.
Well, I
Mirages
say
are
you
real,
are.
unless
You say you're not. I say
don't
you
believe
are.
in mirages.
You say you're not. I
Do
say
you
you
not
are.
believe that mirages are real?
What?
Well, incredible. Where's oh man, this is awesome. My
y-
favorite.
What? But I mean, but think about it. If you say no, they are. Like, what value does that hold? It holds the same value as me saying no, they're not. Unless you're worth more than
Well, look
me.
up what a mirage is.
Well, I can look up what a mirage is, but you would have to prove that that is actually what's taking place in the situation. Proving something is possible does not prove that it's
Moist
what's
air is what causes the
proving.
mirage, right?
Proving something is
And a boat is
possible.
on.
Proving something is possible does not prove that it's
No,
actually
that's the
taking
water.
place. All right. Hey, do you know what? Listen. I'm 7 feet tall. How do you know? Look, do you know who Yao Ming is?
I don't.
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
care.
Do you know who Yao Ming is? Do you know? That's how you know I'm 7 feet tall. Go look up how tall Yao Ming is. Yeah, the fact that Yao Ming is 7 feet tall, that's how you know I'm 7 feet tall. That is literally what you just said. All right. I enjoyed this conversation too. I really did. You're like, oh, okay, look up what a mirage. Okay, look up Shaq. Shaq is 7 feet, so that's how you know I'm 7 feet. Huh? What are we doing here? What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Guys, like the video, please. Like the video. Sub if you want more people to try to have intelligent conversations on YouTube. All right? Stop following people that troll all day. Drewski, are you up here to troll us?
No.
Is this the real Drewski?
What do you mean?
You don't, Drewski, that's you, huh, Drewski?
It's my nickname.
Yeah, you're the Drewski from the skits, huh?
No, but okay.
No, but okay. Why are you talking like that? Is it yes or no? What does no, but okay mean?
No.
No. Okay. Is that you in that picture, Drewski?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
It's face mask.
Interesting. All right, Drewski, what's your question or comment?
I just saw your YouTube thing. I joined your Discord from your YouTube link. It said that we aren't Africans. I just wanted to know like how you came up with that.
No problem, Drewski. I'm gonna put you on mute while I answer this question. All right. So the way that I came up with that is by reading primary documentation around the Atlantic slave trade. I wanted to see where exactly these slaves were coming from, so maybe I could figure out where my family was from. Turns out all of these slaves are from America for the most part, and a very small percentage of these slaves actually came from Europe. There were more slaves that were sold out of America than were sold to America. And again, those few that were sold to America were sold from Europe. In order to cover this up, they came up with the out of Africa theory. This can basically be traced back to a man named Melville Hershkovich. Melville Hershkovich came up with this theory to justify the colonization of the entire planet for the most part. So that is, in a nutshell, what it is. And this is backed up by all primary documentation ever on the subject. You can go look up Melville Hershkovich and see if I'm lying or not. Thank you for that question, brother. And if I'm lying, come back and correct me. Michelle said, begging is crazy. Michelle, you know what else is crazy? Having that body open. The Lord, are you up here to troll us?
Not.
Pope said dragons existed and the earth is flat. All right, so dude isn't real. Oh yeah? I bet you wished I wasn't real because that body's open. Yeah, insult. Well, no, only if they're funny insults, Bill, you don't have to time them out, okay? If they make funny insults, don't time them out. But if it's just like nonsense, then yeah, get them out of here. All right, the Lord, are you up here to troll us? The Lord. Drewski, I did not remove you, bro. Drewski, why are you lying? Drewski, I'm about to remove you from here, Drewski, if you don't stop lying, bro. I did not remove you. I can hear you, the Lord. What's up?
Okay. So first of all, one thing that I am very curious about, what the previous woman's name on here? What was it that you kept calling her?
I don't know, bro. I would have to read it again. I was reading it wrong on purpose. You know what I mean? Just to kind of be funny. That's like what I do with people's names when they're too long. Like like your name. I'm just like the Lord. You know what I mean? Because it sounds funnier if I call you the Lord. You know. So I don't know. I don't remember. I just kind of.
It's interesting, like especially talking with you know Aristophanes, and talking about some of the Greek mathematicians, and you seem to have a lot of difficulty with the word arachnid.
Arachnid. Oh, are you saying that was her name?
Yes, it's
Oh.
Arachnid Abbey.
Yeah, but what? I know, but real quick, what are we gaining from this? I know, but what are?
Roots if you read a little bit more.
I know, but what are we gaining from that though? Or what are we gaining from that? What is it? What are we gaining from that?
Well, I'm just saying that.
You're just saying.
That deals with reading as extensively as you do. You would probably, find that I don't know, maybe work on probably reading more things aloud. Getting a screen reader. It's sometimes when you read too extensively, you kind of get caught up in just seeing the word many times, but not necessarily knowing how it's said. And it can come off as a bit.
My bad, bro. I didn't hear. And my bad, bro. I didn't hear a lick of that. Can you say that again?
It's just that, again, talking about like these specific things and talking about the extensive reading history that you have, while not being able to pronounce a fairly basic word that honestly a lot of middle schoolers would be able to pronounce is kind of tough, especially misunderstanding a lot of the studies that previous people have done. I mean, not to be a dead horse, but you can't even explain what the actual process of calculating chemical the Like, this is something that we have done for to be able to calculate distances between planets, to be able to
Oh my God. So, by my calculations, I just think that if you are really as extensive in your research as you say you are, you should derive anthropological and geological philosophics from the mathematics of the science and show stupid ass up. Buddy is sick. Buddy is so sick. So, the situation and my calculations based on my supersonic watch. Edie, are you up here to troll us?
No.
Oh, that's right. I remember you, Edie. What's up, man?
Good. I've got a couple questions for you today.
I bet you do, Edie.
Okay. So the first one is, so you know how at sunset or sunrise the sky turns more of like a reddish color?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's because of what, even if it on either model like flat Earth or feels on a sphere, because the light's going through more atmosphere, the like higher, I'm pretty sure it's the higher energy wavelengths are absorbed by light or scattered, and so that's why the red ones are left.
Well, I'm not an expert. Yeah, I'm not an expert in spectroscopy. I think that's what we're talking about. I'm not an expert in spectroscopy, so I'm not 100% sure what causes it.
Okay.
Sounds right though. Sounds right.
Yeah. So that's the explanation that is given, right?
Okay. Okay.
And also, when there's a lunar eclipse, before there's a circular shadow on the moon, the moon turns red.
Does it now?
Right?
Interesting.
It does actually, yeah.
Interesting.
So that if the Earth was a sphere, right, then you can imagine before the light from the sun gets fully covered by the Earth, on the path which goes to the moon, it can still go through the Earth's atmosphere on the side, and that would have the same effect as a sunset or sunrise, as it would go through, which would turn it red. So what do you think about that?
I mean, again, I think it sounds correct. I would need to see a visual representation to really have it locked in there. But yeah, I wouldn't have anything to challenge that necessarily.
So I guess or like for example, I can't really think about if it was a flat Earth, then why would the moon turn red? Like, would the atmosphere go around the flat Earth, or I don't know how that would work.
Well, again, I never said the Earth was flat. I'm just talking about the fact that the current shape and the size of the Earth has been debunked by many different things. So, however the Earth or however the sun and the moon act above the Earth, that's how they act. You know what I mean? That doesn't change the shape of the ground. You know, like whatever the shape of the ground is whatever it is. And whatever the sky and the stars do, that's what they do. You know, so whether or not I have an explanation, like I said, it's not exactly my area of expertise. Whatever happens in the sky is what happens in the sky. So, like for example, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. If the sun circles over Antarctica for 24 hours, all that means is that the sun circles over Antarctica for 24 hours. Shit, that's what the sun does. That don't mean nothing about the ground. That means that that's what the sun does. You know what I mean? So whatever happens up there is what happens up there. You know, it doesn't change the actual shape of the ground.
I agree, it doesn't change the shape of the ground, but there can still be effects on what we observe based on the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I agree.
When I said
yeah,
if the light went through the atmosphere, then it would change the intensity and it would change the color of the light.
Yeah, no, I agree, right? That you can create a correlation that works based on the model that you create, but that still is not conclusive evidence, right? Like, I mean, this might be a dumb example because I'm coming up with it right off the top of my head. But let's say my foot is broken, right? And I say my foot is broken because I fell off a cliff. Now, what is the evidence that I fell off a cliff? Because my foot is broken? Not necessarily. You see what I mean? So I can.
I mean, yeah.
That's
we do have to also model.
I know, but Edie,
you have.
I understand.
You have caused with your foot.
I got it, but just think about my point, okay? My point is that just because falling off, whatever, does explain my foot being broken. It does explain it. That don't mean that it happened. In order to know that for sure, I would have to prove that I actually fell. Same thing with the Earth, right? Yeah, what's going on in the sky can be proven by the Earth moving, but that doesn't mean it is proved by the Earth moving. You must prove that the Earth is moving in itself. Just like I have to show evidence that I actually fell off, whatever, in that example that I gave.
But what I'm saying, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, yes, it doesn't prove that the Earth is a sphere or whatever, but whatever shape the Earth is, it does still have to cause this effect. Otherwise,
correct.
Correct. That couldn't have happened.
Correct. We agree on that part. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, I've got another one. So, if the Earth wasn't moving, right, then when things move around and we see them moving around the sky, then if they're moving at a constant angle across the sky, they either have to be moving closer to us or further away than, or like a further distance away.
Right.
or wait, hold on, sorry, I got a little confused in what I was saying.
I mean, that was correct. Yeah, if the stars are moving, they're either moving closer or further away. Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is if they're moving lower in the sky, if they get lower in the sky, then for them to move the same angle, they have to get a lot closer to us. Like if you imagine it, say they say they're the same height in the sky, then you could imagine a triangle where it points upwards and then from where we are, and then it goes across to where it is in the sky. And then if we bring that line back down, it's going to create an angle of where it is relative to us from the vertical.
Yeah, so the issue, I think I understand what you're saying. The issue with this is, first of all, it's very difficult for people to not even just explain, but to understand the azimuthal field of vision. This is, right along the lines of when people ask why the stars rotate differently in the southern hemisphere. You know, you can only make Euclidean geometrical statements about the locations of things when you know exactly where the location is. Because if you're not seeing it at the physical location, like when things get a certain distance from you, you don't see them at the actual location. You're seeing like an illusion, if you will, right? Like for example, if I'm driving through LA and I see palm trees, the palm trees that are like a mile away will be eye level with me, even though they're not eye level. All right, a mile away isn't long enough for the palm trees to be affected by the Earth's curve. So the palm trees get eye level, and it's not because of the Earth's curve. It's because that's how things shrink in the distance based on the way our eyes work. And so when things are far away, you don't actually know where they are. They might warp back and forth, back and forth. You know, it sounds weird, but again, this is represented in a whole bunch of different real things that we see. So another example of this is like if an airplane is coming toward an airport, or if an airplane is coming toward you. If an airplane is coming towards you, it looks like the airplane is going straight up in the air like a rocket. And then when the airplane leaves you, it looks like the airplane is going straight down. The airplane does exactly what the sun does. It looks like the airplane is rising and setting because as the airplane gets closer to you, it goes back to where it actually is, which is way high in the sky. When the airplane is further away, it comes down closer to eye level. Now, I'm not saying I know exactly
So
why, huh?
Are you saying as the plane moves further away from you, because the gap between it and the horizon is relative to you smaller because it's further away, that's like why it looks like it's not as high up.
Exactly. And so you can see this, like I said, you can see this in palm trees. If you drive to and from a palm tree, or if a plane is coming towards you and away from you, it looks like a rocket, but it's the exact same level the entire time. And so this is why things get warped when you look at them far away. I mean, allegedly the stars are supposed to be millions of miles away. So I'm talking about things getting warped at 1 mile. So you can only imagine how much actual visual warping happens when you're looking at stars that are supposed to be millions of miles away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got a question though.
Go ahead.
Say the plane had an extremely powerful light that could be viewed hypothetically. Say you took this light and you put it 1,000 miles above you, and it was so bright that you could still see it, right? And then say you put this light on the plane.
Diego, my bad. That was an accident, Diego. My bad.
Should there be a certain point where you can't see it anymore because it's not bright enough?
I mean, yes, I would say yes. There would be a certain point. Like for example, the lady who was up here, the last one, she talked about us seeing the ground and not seeing people because somebody brought that example up when we're talking about ships going over the horizon, right? The reason why you can't see the ship when it goes far back is the same reason why you can't see people on the ground when you're high up in a plane. You know what I mean? The people are still there, but the people are too small for you to see, so they just blend in to the to the horizon or whatever you want to call it. Same thing with the ship.
the thing about that is the reason why, yeah, obviously the reason you can't see them when you go further away because there's not enough light coming from the person. It's not actually about
Guys, like the video. All right, double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content.
there's less light reflecting off of it. That's why when you look at stars, even through a telescope, you can't actually see any detail off of them because they're so far away, also small. But either way, there's so much light coming from them that even though it's just a pinpoint and you cannot make out any detail, you can still see them because there's enough light.
Yeah,
So what I'm
well,
saying is if this plane had enough light coming from it, so that say you can see it within 1,000 miles because of how bright it is,
right.
then if the plane was within that 1,000 miles, even if it's so small it looked like a dot, or you wouldn't be able to make out any detail because there's enough light, you still be able to make it out.
Well, all right,
And
but
there's the same for
let me
Yeah,
let me.
go on.
Well, so the difference that comes into play here is because we're talking about the attenuation rate of light right now, right? How far you can see things in the distance. Atmospheric conditions are like the number one factor in that, right? How much atmosphere you have, what kind of atmosphere you have, how much heat you have. All of these things affect the attenuation rate of light. Like on a colder day, you can see the sunset further. You can see the sunset further than you can see it when it's hotter. Okay, so if you're looking up in the sky and you are seeing lights up in the sky, number one, not only is the atmosphere different from when you're looking, parallel on the Earth, but also we don't exactly know what medium we're looking through. Do you know what I'm telling you? Like, we don't know what medium space actually is. Well, they say it's a vacuum, but we know that's not true. More than likely, space is actually water, right? More than likely, space is water. And so, if when we look, as a matter of fact, when you look in the sky, the actual planets and stars look like they're in water. They vibrate back and forth. There are a bunch of other things that I don't want to get into because they're highly sensitive topics, but there's a lot of misunderstandings about what goes on in the sky. One of those things being that it is probably water. So when you are looking at the stars, there could be a bunch of different effects that is affecting how far we can see the stars, not just the atmosphere, but the medium itself. Because certain things could magnify certain effects, et cetera, et cetera. So again,
the thing about water though is you previously told me that you believe that there are satellites in the sky that have been sent up, and
not
if
necessarily.
they were going through water,
Not
it
necessarily.
would be almost impossible for them to be going that fast and not just stop because of how much drag there is through water.
Well, this
And
no.
also-
Well, let me
Yeah.
answer that. That would only be if we didn't already have a moving atmosphere up there. You see, so they wouldn't stop because of the force, like the actual forces that are being created by the movement of the sun and the moon and the stars. So this is your actual Coriolis effect. So yeah, that force, like if the sun and moon and stars, right, these large celestial bodies are moving around the Earth all day, all year, forever, do you understand how that's going to create a force, like a perpetual motion force? This is what the actual NASA equations take into account to put satellites up there. That's what I said. I never said satellites were up there. I said if they are up there, the only way they could stay up there is they are relying on the fact that the sun and moon and the stars are going to keep those satellites in motion because they're already up there moving, causing forces that act on the Earth. One of those being the Coriolis. So that's what I said specifically.
So you believe that above the atmosphere at some point there's just water.
I believe everything is water, Edie. I believe absolutely everything is water in different consistencies and frequencies. Even you.
What you're saying.
I think you're just yeah, I think we're all just different frequencies of water. Or like vortices of water, right? Like movements. Like when something moves real fast, it creates a vortex, right? We're all just vortexes of water, really, really fast moving water. That's so complicated to the point that it's created a brain. And now that brain houses consciousness. We're getting a little deep here, but like the video, okay? Sub if you like the content.
What evidence do you have for this?
That everything is water? I mean, everything is water.
Yeah.
Everything is water. The food you
'Cause
eat.
you can't just prove something by saying it's true.
Well, the atmosphere, like that, we think we're breathing oxygen. All that is just water. Like when you cool it, it's water vapor. The only reason why it's not liquid is because of the heat. That's why when you cool it down, you get condensation. This is the fact.
Why do we have to boil water then
Why do
to make it evaporate if
honestly,
the air is not boiling?
honestly, maybe because we haven't tapped into we don't have to boil water to make it evaporate. You make water evaporate every day when you sweat. Your body is a machine that cooks water. Your body just you take that's why you drink water when you sweat. Think about why do you drink water when you sweat? Because you got to replace the water you're burning off. Yeah.
Okay, but that water evaporates in very small quantities. That's not the same as a whole container that takes.
Listen. If you want free water, Edie, if you want free water forever, you set up a sheet outside of your house. At night, the sheet will trap the water and the oxygen, cool it down. You will have free, clean water forever because it is just everywhere in the atmosphere. This is a fact.
Water in the atmosphere, like there's clouds. That's not true that the entire atmosphere is water.
I know it doesn't mean that, but I'm telling you it is, all right? The oxygen you breathe is water. Just like the fish are breathing water, so are you. You just can't tell. The same way the fish probably can't tell. They don't know what water is. The fish don't know what water is. That's their entire life. You know what I mean? That their medium is water. So they don't know what that is. Your medium is water. So you don't understand it. You know what I mean? It just feels like oxygen to you because your entire medium is water.
What evidence do you have for this? Where's your source?
Condensation. All right? I already said it. Condensation. Because you can turn the oxygen.
Water in the air.
That
doesn't prove that it's really
the air is water. All right. When you cool it down, it turns to water. It turns to liquid water, not water vapor.
Agree with you that there is water vapor in the air.
No, the air is water vapor.
Correlate that it is fully water, but why?
What do you mean why? I didn't make it that way. Everything is water. I just work here, bro.
But there is an explanation for it, right?
Well, there's an explanation for how we know. The way we know is because it is water. It turns into water when you cool it down. Yeah, it turns by itself. It turns right back into the liquid form of water with temperature. Temperature is the only change needed to turn it into liquid. That's the difference between water vapor.
Is the liquid water that you believe is there?
I never used the word liquid until just now. But when I said water, I said water, period. I didn't specify liquid water the way you know it today.
Okay. If there was an atmosphere though, right?
Hey, hold on 1 second. Who got rid of Nick Jonas's comment? Why'd you guys get rid of Nick Jonas's comment? He said you're on to something. Listen, don't get rid of people's comments unless they're saying out of bounds stuff, okay, Bill? Yeah, like Tucker, you could get him out of there, you know what I mean? But yeah, if they're just saying if they're not, even if they're making fun of me, okay? If they're making fun of me and it's a funny joke and it's not out of bounds, then it's fine, okay? Guys, like the video if you don't mind. Sub if you like the content. All right, go ahead. No, look, he said you're on to something. You on to something, bro.
Wait,
Can you guys not read?
On the.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying, so you know how there's distortion in the atmosphere. So like when you look at the horizon, like the sun it's not super clear and things are less defined, right, when they're further away because of all the atmosphere.
Well, and just the way that your eyes work. Your eyes are just a light receiving mechanism. All right, you're not actually seeing things. You're just receiving frequencies. Excuse me, you're not actually seeing things. You're just actually receiving frequencies and your brain is interpreting them. That's all that's going on. So yeah, your brain is sometimes faulty at interpreting light frequencies. Yeah, that's not far-fetched. That's why different people see different things. Like this is the reason why people can look at the same thing and see different things, is because all you're doing is interpreting frequencies with your brain. So what you're seeing is by definition left up to interpretation. This is why I don't discuss visuals. This is why I don't discuss visual things as scientific evidences, because it's all left up to interpretation.
But if we consider the fact that, okay, so maybe at further distances, the eye is not so good at seeing this image, and that's why the brain is processing it as blurry. But if we use a camera and we take a photo of the same thing further away, it might have the same distortion, not just due to the fact that we have to zoom in. And so when we look at this image on the camera based on the same object, it's still distorted, even though this is now a close-up image.
Yeah, cameras have a limit as well. Cameras also have a limit.
Yeah. But I'm saying that due to the atmosphere, it means that the light isn't as focused as it will be closer up because it gets scattered slightly.
Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not that interested again in talking about non-scientific things. For me, it's open to interpretation. So it doesn't prove anything either way. I get that some people like to think that this is evidence, and so it's good to break it down and understand why it's not exactly evidence. But either way, for me, I'm more focused on the science side of it.
I understand that. The point I was just trying to get to is if there is distortion from the atmosphere, right? I mean I can give you another example, I guess, of when there is. But anyways, when you look at an object through a telescope, if there's water the whole way, there would be so much distortion that you wouldn't be able to make out any details. For example, on the moon, it shouldn't be as clear as it is if there's water the whole way, then it should be
No. Well, see.
less clear.
Yeah, but that is only if you assume that is the final form. You fool! This is even my final form. What if what we're seeing is a distorted version? You understand what I mean? So when
So you're saying even though it's clear, it could have been clear.
you're assuming it's clear. Yeah, you're assuming it's clear. So number one, when you actually look at, like, you can go look at the planets and the stars right now. I promise you, they are blinking and glimmering exactly like they are in water. I promise. And I'll even bring up some photos of it next time. But there's a lot of photos out there of what the planets and stars actually look like. They're all blinking, moving lights exactly like if you were looking through water. I mean, it's exactly like that.
Trying to look at something through hundreds of meters of water. You know how in the ocean it gets very dark as you.
Well, but that's the ocean though. But that's the ocean. So these are different consistencies. That's why I said, just because we understand water a specific way, that don't mean that water is everything that you think it is. All right, water has intelligence. I don't know if you know that or not, but water holds memory. Water holds intelligence. All right, you have no idea what the real properties of all these different types of waters are. So I get it. When you look in the ocean, maybe that water is cloudy, but again, we are in water right now, and the water that we're in right now doesn't exactly distort things, right? That's my point. So just because you look up in the sky and you see water, that doesn't mean that water is necessarily hurting or helping your ability to see at distances. It could be doing either one of those. You really don't know.
Yeah, you just have to look at evidence, right? Because I mean, I guess we don't understand how this water works. But I do have one example of when it does distort it. If you look at an object using a telescope, that's basically where it's basically vertical from the ground, right? Then it may look at a certain definition, and then when you look at it, I've done this, and then when you look at it when it's closer to the horizon, it's a lot harder to make out the same details. Like, it's a lot more distorted. And I guess the idea is because you're looking through more atmosphere as you look at it when it's close to the horizon. Otherwise, what could be the reason for this?
Right, but again, these distortions are heavily affected by environmental factors, pressure levels, heat, levels. Again, temperature is like one of the number one factors that affects how far you can see the sunset. Temperature. So, what is the temperature in space? You know what I mean? That is going to affect it heavily. Radiation levels. All this stuff comes into play. All this stuff comes into play.
Okay.
The point is, we don't know. All right, Edie?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I can't really comment on that.
Edie, as always,
Yeah.
I've enjoyed this conversation very much. You're welcome up here anytime, all right?
Yeah, thanks for the chat. It was fun.
Of course, bro. Shout out Edie, man. Shout out him. Edie's a good chap. You know, Edie's a good chap. He doesn't come up, he doesn't curse, he doesn't get pretentious on me. He understands when, you know, I need to interrupt sometimes. You know, good lad right there. Good lad.
Hello.
Hi, are you up here to troll me?
1 second. Just gotta change it to the speaker.
Guys, do me a favor, please double tap the screen, okay? Double tap the screen, like the video, sub if you like the content, or sub if you want to see more people have intelligent conversations on YouTube. Are you up here to troll me, bro?
I just want to have a reasonable conversation.
Well, we'll see. Let's start off with one question or comment. What is your question or comment?
I just got here, so I don't know if anybody's already asked it, but I wanted to ask, how come I haven't heard anything about a ice, like you said there was something about like an ice wall at like the edge of the earth or something like that?
I said something about that?
Somebody said something about that. I was wondering because they kept saying that you were saying that. I was just trying to clarify.
Who kept saying, who said I said that?
Somebody in the chat, I just got here like 15 minutes ago, and like I saw it in the chat. I didn't get the name, but I saw somebody was saying something like that.
No, I don't have that up here, bro. I got a real picture of the Earth right here. I got a real picture of the Earth right here on my background. Yeah, I don't talk about things that I cannot confirm myself scientifically. Now, if we're talking about the existence of more land on Earth, there are plenty of ancient maps that confirm the existence of more land. What that has to do with an ice wall is up to anybody's interpretation. But the fact of the matter is that there's tons of evidence that there are many more continents that exist besides the 7 that we know. I'm pretty sure that's what you were asking, right?
Second question. So if there's an edge of the earth, would there also be like an underside?
I never said there was an edge to the earth either. I don't know. I don't think there is an edge to the earth.
I don't think there's an edge. So would it just go on for infinity?
Yeah, I think that there's probably an uncountable amount of other continents and quote unquote areas like Earth. Circular areas that, you know, basically are giant ponds. You know, the Earth is basically just like a giant pond. Yeah, so I'm sure that there's plenty more areas that are exactly like it. To think that we're the only ones seems ludicrous. And again, there's evidence of this. Tons of evidence.
I wouldn't understand. It would basically impossible for us to be the only ones in the universe. Like that's
right.
Like how big this thing of the universe is, it'd be crazy for us to be
right. And now, instead of thinking about the universe in terms of up in the sky, just think about the universe in terms of more north, south, east, and west. If you keep going north past the North Pole, eventually you're gonna come into another Earth with other continents exactly like ours. Not somewhere out of the realms of the laws of physics. You know what I mean? Not some crazy thing that people will never be able to do. Not 90 million light years away. It takes 3 generations to even, you know what I mean? Not that kind of bullshit. We're talking about get on a plane and fly, past where these military bases are, and you'll see more land just like what you see here. Not anything more complicated than that. And plenty of people have talked about this. Plenty of ancient maps have shown this.
So, just a random question. So, do you believe that there was a meteor that killed something like that? There could have been like a giant there.
Have you seen evidence of that?
I mean, I can't remember exactly where, but I heard there. I remember seeing somewhere in Mexico where they said there was an impact site, and they said it was very. The reason they said they could prove it was an impact site was because they seen like meteors nowadays when they impact the Earth, they leave back the same amount of.
What meteors nowadays? What meteors nowadays have impacted the Earth?
I can't say for sure. I can't.
I've been alive for a long time. I've been alive for a long time. I've been hearing about meteors since I was a little kid. I've never seen a meteor crash the Earth ever.
The universe is. I really couldn't say like for sure because I haven't seen one either. At the same time, I've never seen a whale in person, but I can't say those aren't real. Like we might just not.
Yeah, but you've at least seen pictures and videos. Not that those can't be fake, but at the very least, there's something to go off of.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying that there wasn't something. I'm not saying that there wasn't something there that caused that, but to say that it's automatically a meteor is conjecture.
Well, I say that because my friend has did an experiment with it. We have seen this in a museum. Basically, it was like this kind of diamond, specific kind of diamond that is created. I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry for that. So it's a diamond that's specifically created from an impact force of what a meteor can create because it like flash traces the diamond in like I think milliseconds or like a fraction of a second, something like that. And it's like very small trace amounts of it. And they said like that it's been found at other sites.
Is it called the Tesseract?
The Tesseract.
Yeah, the Tesseract, right?
No, I can't remember. I know it was like it kind of looked like amber. Like
oh, you might be talking about the scepter, right? Loki scepter. Is it Loki scepter? You look that up. I think it might be called Loki's. I think it might be called Loki's scepter.
Whatever it's called, I'm search or something.
Yeah, look up Loki scepter. See what comes up, bro. All right. Let me know what you find. Shout out him, man. He seemed like a nice guy. All right. That's why I didn't give him the saxophones. But I mean, come on now. I'm not saying that substance isn't real, but like this is ridiculous. Guys, please like the video, okay? Like the video, sub if you like the content. Listen, if you guys are angry because I'm posting this, then I'll just get you out of here, all right? Meaning that body is open. This debate is low-key confusing. We weren't debating. He was just asking me questions. That was not a debate. Envia said, I don't have to explain anything. What do you not understanding? Because you believe in this BS, that doesn't mean that I have to disprove it. Absolutely. Do not let them harvest your louche, Envia. Daymon said May 20th this year and March 20th, there were documented meteor crashes. You mean like in video form? They took videos of this? Can you please post those in my Discord? I would love to see it. Post those meteor crashings in my Discord, please. And of course, like the video, sub if you like the content. I love you guys so much. James said, Loki scepter, are you talking Marvel? Somebody finally figured it out? Yeah, that is what it means. That's literally what it means. You got bodied. Yeah. You got bodied and sent to the shadow realm. You're not from Africa, then what are you? I'm from America. Hey, Blank, the moon has the Earth's globe shadow on it. Well, that's not true, but what you do have is that body open. Buddy said, Yasha said I'm cringing out of my body. Well, I'm glad I could do that. Is a shadow realm also water? Yes, everything is water. What's good, you love? Shout out all the mods in the chat. What's good, Darren? Michael Ray. I'm pretty sure I saw Matt Hakeem up there somewhere. Matthew, the Discord is on my page, by the way. That's for Matthew 02134. The Discord is on my page, guys, if you want to join in. Oh, Matthew Hakeem, I see you down there, my brother. Kenneth Strum said, what shape is the Earth? I don't believe the Earth has one clear definable shape. As I said earlier, I think that there are many extra continents, and I think that the Earth goes on, virtually forever. So I think that there are probably millions of different continents, millions of continents and species. That's genuinely what I believe. Berthal said the out of Africa theory supported white supremacy the way they laid it. Yeah, I explain that all the time. It's not necessarily white supremacy more than it is the colonization and the uprooting of certain cultures all around the planet. That is the reason why they came up with the out of Africa theory. It can be traced back to a man named Melville Hershkovich for this exact reason. Pack said 60% of the body is water. William said, can you back it up? Can I back up what, William? Oh, thank God. Yeah, I have literally backed up every single point that I talk about on this channel, and I back it up with with historical documents. Now, millions of continents is actually speculation. Yeah. Yes, I'm not going to go so far as to say that I know for a fact there are millions of continents. Like I said, that is just honestly what I believe. Yeah. Now, do I know that there are more continents? Yeah, that's a fact. It's not even a question whether or not there are more continents. You want me to back that up? The fact? Yeah, millions is an exaggeration, but more? Oh yeah. Here you go. These are continents that were taken off of the original Mercator map. How is that a fact? I'm explaining it to you right now. The Mercator map that we use today, this is on the original Mercator map. That's right. This is at least one extra continent. Some people might say 4 extra continents. What is all this? You understand? This was just removed off the map. So this is evidence that there are more continents. Direct evidence. This is not a fairy tale. This is the actual Mercator map that is hanging up in every high school class across the nation. Somebody said that's an old map. As if that's supposed to be an insult? Yeah, it is an old map. Yeah, of course. That's how you figure out what was going on. You have to find old maps. AZ said, prove me wrong. The earth is flat. AZ said, prove them wrong right now. Go. Can any of you guys prove them wrong? This is not my opinion. This is not my opinion at all. This is the actual How is the original Mercator map my opinion? Somebody explain that to me. How is a map my opinion? Your mom said, don't let them rage bait you, King. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Aaron said that map, what their opinion? Damon, I disagree. Columbus did not think that he was in India. Or actually, Columbus got exactly where he was aiming to. Let's just put it like that, all right? Columbus got exactly where he was trying to go. He was not trying to reach modern day India. He was not trying to reach Hindustan. I never said the map cannot be faked. Okay, but if this is a fake map, why are we still using it today? Huh? You guys use this map all the time. This is the Mercator map. So if it's a fake map, then you don't have a map either then. Because this is your map. Guys, like the video. Some of you like the content. Again, when you guys start trolling and stuff, I just get tired. All right, I don't want to respond to all your guys' trolling. All right, participate in the conversation, and we can go back and forth and actually learn something. But if you're just gonna, this guy's dumb, this guy's an idiot, oh that's fake, then I don't need to respond to any of that. All right, I can go to bed and have the same. I can have more fun and going to sleep. All right. Yeah, telling me that I'm rage baiting is not proving me wrong, guys. All right? Saying that I'm rage baiting does not prove me wrong. You guys ask me for evidence, I give you evidence, and now you're crashing out. Shows evidence that there's for sure more continents. All right. How about the map that you use right now has a whole second half to it that they don't give you? Oh, well, yeah, but that's just old. Darren said, you guys don't even know what this map shows. That's how much you don't even effing know. Shout out to you, Darren. You guys should have had plenty of time to screenshot that map by now. Bro, explain the map to them. Well, I don't want to go into too much detail, but again, that's the original Mercator map, and that's what he showed at the North Pole. Yeah, at the North Pole is where that was. And now if you look on, even if you look on Google Maps, they basically just show you nothing. If you look on Google Maps at the North Pole, they just show you nothing. There's like, yeah, no, nothing is there, I promise. There are 4 separate land masses right there. 4 separate land masses. Troy said the Earth does move and the Earth is a globe. Troy, you're entitled to those opinions, but they are not backed up by scientific data whatsoever. Mr. Sativo, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Envia is sick. What's good, Godmo? Godmo said, good day, bro. If the Earth was a glove, we'd be 24/7 dizzy. Shout out Darren. I know he meant globe. Why would we be dizzy if we were spinning 1,000 miles per hour? Why are you even asking him that? If the Earth was a globe, we would have to be spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You don't think you would be dizzy at 1,000 miles per hour? It's not that my grandparents are lies, but my grandparents are not from Africa. Buddy said, no, do you know physics? Yeah, there is not any physical experiment on the planet where somebody has moved 1,000 miles per hour and felt nothing. That does not exist. That does not exist anywhere. Yeah, Damon, they don't teach you these math and history class. That's why I'm showing it to you, all right? They're trying to erase the history. They're reversing it. So I'm showing you the real history. Troy said I'm ignoring relativity. Troy, relativity itself is the evidence that the Earth doesn't move. Relativity itself, Einstein's relativity, is my evidence that the Earth does not move scientifically, point blank period. Relativity does the opposite. It proves my point. I don't know why you would bring that dumb shit up. Kelly, thank you for the gift, Kelly. Yeah, Kelly, thank you for the high five. I appreciate that. High five back to you, Kels. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Michael Ray. Hey, Michael, if you see them say that stuff, you don't have to time them out or delete their message. You just get them all the way out of here. Hide them from the channel completely, all right? Never to return. Just catch them with that body open. Yak off. Thank you for the 10 jewels. Yak off. One, didn't anything about Einstein relativity. 2, relativity doesn't support a stationary Earth. That didn't make any sense, Henry. I think you need to rewrite that one. Dodge said, and if America is Atlantis, then I would be under the water. Dodge, who said you were not under the water? Yeah, what about you, Dodge? Who said you're not underwater? Because I would say you are underwater. Guys, please like the video if you don't mind. Like the video, sub if you like the content. Darren, what am I pulling up? What am I pulling up? A relativity? Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying you weren't talking about Einstein's relativity? You're talking about relative motion? Again, relativity, even if you're talking about relative motion, it still does not prove that the Earth is in motion. If anything, it's evidence that we cannot prove the Earth is in motion. My point still stands. Pax, I'm smoking on that Pax. I'm smoking on that Pax. Because that body is open. Yeah. Dumb said you could call dinosaurs dragons. They just couldn't breathe fire. What is your evidence that they could not bring fire? That they could not breathe fire? What is your evidence of this? What's good, young Leo? Buddy said, what's the evidence they could? Why are you flipping the question around on me? They're the ones that said that they couldn't. I never said dragons could or could not breathe fire. They said dragons can breathe fire. What is your evidence of this? Go ahead. I'm open. I'm willing to learn. Go ahead. Cracked said people have gone 1,000+ miles before. Jets go faster. I said, when do they go that fast and not feel the speed? Pilots literally pass out going past Mach 1 and Mach 2. They literally pass out and go to sleep in the plane from the speed. Why are you even bringing that up? You're proving my point. Yeah, they do go 1,000 miles per hour, and then they be passing out. They're like, that's what they do. They don't pass out from the speed. All right, what do they? Oh, right. Well, guess what? The Earth is accelerating. Be quiet. Yeah, the Earth is accelerating. Why do you guys even bring this dumb shit up? Are you gonna Google whether or not the Earth accelerates? All right, you know what? That body is open. That body is open. Who? Oh, it's not accelerating. That body is open. Who? Somebody else say the Earth ain't accelerating. Please, God. Somebody else. I dare you. Go ahead. Tell me. Tell me more about your opinion so that body can be open. Go ahead. At what speed the Earth accelerating? Get your ass on Google. That body is open. No stupid people in the chat tonight. No stupid people. All right, all y'all get your stupid ass out. Oh, it's not accelerating? That body is open. Get your stupid ass on. Take 2 seconds to Google it and figure it out. 2 seconds to Google it. Like the video, all right? Like the video, sub if you like the content. And make sure you protect that body. I'm a Ken. I don't want you to comment at all. Nope, look, I don't want you to comment ever on my videos for any reason. Now, Bill said, show curvature, Dragon Slayer. Darren said, time is just from a crystal, but you don't even know that. Hey, chat. Mark, I'm fine, thank you. Sean, you ain't got to worry about that, bro. All right? You ain't got to worry about that. This ain't for you. This is over your head, Sean. This is over your head. Earth sent the 2 jewels. Thank you for the 2 jewels. Chef sent the 30 jewels. Thank you, Chef. I appreciate that. Yep, shout out Earth. I appreciate that. Buddy said it's relative speed. You're making all that up. Yeah, you're making that up, and stop spamming. There's no evidence of that. It's just a concept that you're making up because it fits your narrative. Power said the Earth isn't a round sphere. It bulges as it rotates. What is your evidence of this, Power? What is your evidence? Dragon, no, but you can protect that body. Chef, thank you for the 30 jewels. Actually, the 60 jewels. Thank you so much, Chef. Yeah, guys, listen, the Discord is on my page if you want to call in, all right? Join the live show tab and I'll bring you up. Chef, thank you for the 10 jewels. I appreciate that. Gives him the liberty to respond to me. Who the hell do you think you are? Yeah, I don't have to respond to anybody, bro. Hey, are you up here to troll us, bud? 6, are you up here to troll us? 6. All right. Guys, double tap the screen, all right? Like the video, sub if you like the content. I appreciate you guys so much. So what side are you on? What do you mean, what side? I'm on the side of humanity. Envia said, don't jump off of your question. When he's now giving you information that you can't push back against. So you want to run to the next topic, that's when he starts yelling at people. That's a fact. That is just a fact. Detroit said all the pics of the globe and satellites are CGI, chat. Shout out Detroit Kobe. These boys, they don't like me because I think that I'm Kobe. Watch me do my thing and make my wave like I'm Kobe. And since I think I'm Kobe, them bitches don't want to know me. These boys, they don't like me because I think that I'm Kobe. Yeah, because I told them as soon as you guys start trolling a little bit, get you off of here, all right? We only want people who are participating in the conversation. What's good, Arvin? Thank you, Mr. True History. I appreciate you, man. Yep, get them out of here right away. No, they're only taking down the rage bait. That's literally it. If you guys are in here just trying to take away from the conversation, they're getting you out of here right away. Bob said, are you part Greek? Well, Bob, there's a lot of stories that show that the Greeks were actually just another form of Native American. So maybe, Bob, maybe. Hey, some people say that the Greeks were actually the Creeks. Have you ever heard that, Bob? That's why they had that curly hair like me, Bob. How do you explain seasons? Seasons are because of the sun's movement. Michael Thompson, if the Earth was a globe, we could have had 24-hour live video of the moon mission instead of a couple of fuzzy photos. Spread the news to the ones who are willing to hear the truth. Greeks are not from America. How do you know? Their language is built off the Phoenician language. The Phoenician language has its origins in America. Marantis said, wait, so you're on the scientific side of these arguments. Yes, I am the protector of the scientific method, okay? That's what I do. I protect the scientific method from people like you. How is America Atlantis? Because the technology in America pretty much goes back over 1,000 years. All right, when they were looking for Atlantis, they were looking for an ancient land of technology and gold. When they came to America or Atlantis, they found technology and gold. Dolo said the Earth is not a ball. Storm said 1,000 years is nothing. All right. Duraction said ain't no globe. I ain't scared of no globe. How far from the Earth do you think the sun is? I would have no way of knowing that. No way of knowing that. Duraction said the Earth, the globe is a lie. What are your thoughts on evolution? Evolution is not a scientific theory as well. Joseph said the Earth is a very spherical oval. What is your evidence of that? Okay, Mr. True History, why did you get rid of Duraction's comment? Bro, you got to slow down while you're deleting these comments, Mr. True History. Why did you get Duraction out of here? Why did you hide Duraction, bud? He has not said anything out of bounds, Mr. True History. Mr. True, don't make me take your privileges, Mr. True History, all right? You got to calm down, bud. I put you back, bro. I put you back. Yeah, Mr. True History, what are you doing, man? Come on. You're not even reading, like, what are you, come on. Don't do that. And now I got to look at every single person that you guys get rid of to make sure that you're not, you know what I mean, just getting people out of here. Bernie sent the $10. Thank you, Bernie. The sun is not 33 million miles away. If our sight can see it, then it is much closer. Bobby said, what do you think about Bobby said, what do you think, what are your thoughts on people claiming Egyptian pyramids are ancient technology that surpasses humans today? Well, if we don't have the technology to build it today, then it clearly passes our technology. Buddy said cytosaurus for dragons. How about Aristotle and the dictionary? Matter of fact, here you go. Here, you guys actually read the dictionary for once. How about that? you go. Novel A said 1841, the term dragons was coined. The term dinosaurs was coined. Before that, it was dragons. I'm curious as to what the Earth not moving debate topic. Looking at movement through space, not moving in relation to other objects. You're making it more complicated than it needs to be, okay? They've never proven the Earth was in motion scientifically using experiment, period. That's all there is to it. Michael Thompson says, evolution is only a theory. It was never proven. Yeah, I don't know anything about those scans under the pyramids, Bob. I know what people say about them, but I haven't seen them myself. I didn't do the scans. I don't know. I don't like talking theories up here, okay? I only like talking about things that we can confirm scientifically. If we can't confirm it scientifically, if it's not shown in documented evidence, then I don't really care that much. Victoria said, have they disproven the Earth movement? I won't go so far as to say that they have disproven it, but every scientific attempt to prove it's moving has failed. If you want to consider that to be disproven, then I can understand that. If you just want to say that means we just haven't proven it yet, I'm okay with that as well. But the fact remains, all scientific experiments that we have done to prove it have failed. Victorian said, and there's no proof in fact that the Earth is not moving. If you consider a scientific experiment to be fact, then yes, there is scientific evidence. Yeah, if you design an experiment that is sensitive enough to prove the Earth is moving and it fails over and over and over again, then that's positive evidence that it's not moving, period. Queen wants to know your guys' thoughts on the moon landing. What is your guys' thoughts on the moon landing? Senko said, we are not African, more like Amaru Khans. Shout out Senko. Dirt Action said, hoax. Envia said, never happened. Danny said, we landed. Matthew said, I'm here to support you. Why are you dodging me? If you're here to support me, then why are you concerned with whether or not I'm dodging you? If you're here to support me, then you should not be trying to distract me, all right? If you want to support me, then why don't you donate some money, bro? How about that? Donate a super chat. You said you're in the Discord? All right, since you want to support me so bad, bro, I'm not going to bring you up until you send me a super chat, all right? Since you want to support me so bad. You know what I mean? You don't need to support me by calling in, bro. You can support me from the chat, or you can send me a super chat. Send me a super chat, then I'll bring you up. Otherwise, bro, thanks for the support. You've already supported me enough. I appreciate you. Appalachia said, can we talk about the free energy that was stolen from us? Yeah, we can talk about it vaguely, but let's not get into too many details, you know. Let's try to talk around the subject. You know, they're very sensitive about things that challenge their infrastructure. Buddy's sick. I just want to support you. Why are you ignoring me? Bud, Darren said gravity equals pseudoscience. Novelty said harmonics, fractals, and electromagnetic waves. Halmania said Earth is a globe. Henry said the Earth is flat. We got a mixed group in here today. Guys, like the video, okay? Please like the video. Double tap the screen. Sub if you want to see more people doing intelligent things on YouTube. Not just trolling all day, all right? You can think that I'm trolling by coming up here and reading books, but again, that just shows who you are. Darren said, yes, all tests for flat Earth work 100%. What's good, Allison? Henry said, read out this comment. The Earth is flat. Envia said, and that's why every few years they make some BS discovery. We found black holes even though we can't see them. Okay, give us more billions of dollars, basically. Darren said there are many suns and moons. The eclipses work when they line up. Orion said you can personally prove the Earth is round by observing ships. Orion, that is so dumb, okay? Horizons are not physical locations, so they can't be physical evidence of anything. Matthew said, seriously, so your call in on Discord is a lie? No, it's not a lie. You can call in. I never said that I'm going to let you up here for sure. If you want to call in, you can call in on Discord. I let you up at my own discretion. You said you wanted to support me, so I told you how you could support me, not by calling in, all right? Stop crying like a little baby. All right, if you want to support me by watching, liking the video, and typing in the comments. All right? You should know by now that I don't like that crybaby shit, so. Mikey said level and stationary as always. Darren said that's why sometimes we see two or more suns. Magic said I'm already in your Discord waiting. Yeah, that's fine, and you can keep waiting too. All right, you should have stayed in there waiting more before you started crying. Sorry, bro. I run a tight ship over here. Not like you're a woman or nothing. If you were a woman, then maybe I give you a second chance, but you're not. You're a dude. I don't like talking to dudes anyways. So any reason you give me not to talk to you, I'm gonna take it. Any reason. All right? It is what it is. Guys, please participate in the conversation, okay? Do not detract from it by trolling us, because there are tons of people in here that are seriously trying to learn, or they just want to have a good conversation. Please don't do that to us. Mikey said, I don't like talking to women. Well, Mikey, I'm sorry to hear that, but your life is probably not that fun. Norman said, more than one son? Please explain. I'm new. Well, that is Darren's idea. I never said there was more than one son. History is 100% lies because of everything else that I have on this list. All right, history is told in reverse. Time zones come from the movement of the sun. Mikey said, I believe in the earth that is represented on the UN flag. My bad. Yeah, shout out Mikey. Mikey said, I only believe in the earth that is represented the way that they have it on the UN flag. That's respectable. Oh. Mix them up said, America's not Atlantis. It was in Africa. Oh, yeah? What are you basing that on? What are you basing the fact that America is Atlantis on? Hurry and say it so I can be done with you. Go ahead, say it. I dare you. Oh, Plato. Watch. Plato. Plato said that. No, it was Plato. Watch. I swear to God. Shout out Norman. Hey, stop spamming, guy. All right, stop spamming. Mix them up. Are you going to tell us? Who told you that America was in Atlantis? I mean that Atlantis was in Africa. Mikey said, "Will Native Americans be Atlanteans then? Better names than Indians? Yeah, the real Native Americans." No, JT, we're not interested in hearing what you have to say, bud. Mix them up. What the hell do whale bones have to do with Atlantis? You're basing your entire Atlantis theory on some damn whale bones? This is stupid. This is actual stupidity. Yeah, this is actual dumb shit. Oh my God, guys. How long have I been up here? It's been a minute, okay? Like the video, sub if you like the content, okay? How do you know the earth is flat? I never said the earth is flat. What does America have to do with Atlantis then? Everything. Literally everything. Everything that they described Atlantis as is America to this day and was America. Why did you lie about calling on the Discord? I never lied. I said you guys can call in. I'm going to bring you up at my own discretion. If I don't like you, then I will not bring you up. Point blank, period. I reserve the right to refuse service to anybody on my show. I never said that I do not reserve that right. Who is we not African? Anybody who is not a white South African. If you're not a white South African, then you're not African, technically. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Well,
Yeah, are you up here to troll us, bud?
No, not at all. I'm here for a debate and a good conversation.
We're probably not going to do that. What's your question or comment? Let's start off right there.
Well, there's a variety of things in the comments you've just kind of thrown away. For instance, why, does a boat disappear from the bottom up?
We already
Is it
talked about this
is
today,
it
bro.
horizon?
We already talked about this today
No,
extensively.
you shrugged it off and refused to actually acknowledge it, but you haven't acknowledged the fact that it actually does disappear from.
All right. Buddy got the wrong one completely. That's hilarious. Buddy got the wrong one completely. You know what I mean? The funny part about it is I was gonna go into it. You know what I mean? And I'm still gonna go into it, right? But I'm like, listen, bro, we already talked about that today, all right? So I get that you didn't hear it, but we did talk about it already. I don't mind repeating myself. I'll tell you what we said, but you coming up here like, okay, so you keep avoiding my question. Nobody's avoiding your question. We already talked about that stupid shit, and that's the dumbest thing ever. All right? Long range observations are illusory. Okay, the horizon is not a physical location. The horizon is not a physical location, so it's not physical evidence of anything. Point blank, period. All right? Say it with me now. The horizon is not a physical location, so it's not physical evidence of anything. All right? Please stop bringing that stupid shit up. And Matt, I don't even know why you in here, bruh. I told you, go send us $2 super chat and then I'll bring you up here. You know what I mean? You're not supporting me by standing here, bro. You support me when you watch me on YouTube, bro, not from the Discord, all right? I don't get any support when you watch me from the Discord.
I have a couple of questions. I'm 13.
All right, hold on, bro. Hold on. Before you ask your question, all right, go ahead, bro. All right, go ahead.
When you say Earth is not a globe,
My bad. What'd you say, bro?
when you say Earth,
Listen, I'm gonna answer your question because you seem like a nice dude, but you can't be up here as a little kid. All right. The answer is that the Earth, the current shape and size, has been debunked. It was debunked in 1901 by long range radar testing. I've been bringing that up all week. It is also debunked by the shape and size of our electromagnetic field. This is what our electromagnetic field distributes itself like on the Earth. This is not consistent with what a spherical shape would give off as it relates to an electromagnetic field. This is consistent with this type of electromagnetic field, all right? You can replicate the electromagnetic field that we have on the Earth by using these magnetic plates. Do you understand? Flat horizontal plates make this kind of electromagnetic field. This is the electromagnetic field we have on the Earth. That lets you know that this is the shape of our surface. Because otherwise, our electromagnetic field would come off radially. All right, it would be a radial distribution. This is a fact. This is according to Richard Feynman, by the way. All right, this is a Richard Feynman textbook, a professor at MIT. All right, there's no disagreeing with this. This is just the facts. And like I said, I already brought up long range radar test, which was first done by Marconi in 1901. Think about it, these are multiple different scientific experiments that debunk the globe. Multiple. All right. Buddy says I'm rage baiting because I brought up an experiment. Yeah, okay. Good one. Yeah, good one. I'm bringing up actual evidences, actual scientific experiments, and now I'm rage baiting. Yeah, I bet. Are you up here to troll us, bud? Hello? Hello? Guys, do me a favor. Like the video, all right? Sub if you like the content. Just sub if you want more people to try to have intelligent conversations, all right? Helios, are you up here to troll us? Unmute your mic, Helios. Unmute your mic. Are you up here to troll us? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you up here to troll us?
Oh no, I'm not.
All right. What is your question or comment?
I don't see how you can believe in a flat Earth.
I never said the Earth was flat.
Well, you said it's a flat plane, right?
I said the surface is basically horizontal and topographical. So I would have said it would be a topographical plane or a dimension or a realm.
Right. Like there has to be an end to that point. There's just like an infinite plane we're talking about.
What?
You're saying that our ground is flat, right? Our plane is a flat plane.
Topographical. Topographical.
What do you mean by that?
You don't know what topography is?
Yeah, but I don't understand what you mean by that.
I mean the definition of the damn word.
What's it? Let's just say I don't know.
Well, if you don't know, then go figure that shit out. And when you are ready for this conversation, then we can participate, you know?
Or you could just like...
I know I could. I could do whatever I want to do.
You know
I could also hang up on you, right? I could also do that, right?
Yes.
All right. You see? You see? I could just do that too. He also says the horizon isn't a physical place. The horizon is not a physical place. All right? There you go. I don't know why you guys are even debating that. Google is the horizon a physical location. See what it says. All right? Guys, double tap the screen, please. Like the video. Sub if you like the content. Thank you so much. Shout out T-Pop. Are you up here to troll us, G? G, are you up here to troll us? Bud, what's going on with your mic? You gotta go, bro. All right, you gotta go. We're not gonna sit here in silence waiting for you to get your shit together. Guys, hey, like the video, please. Double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content, okay? Sub if you like the content. Pickle, take your phone off mute. Are you up here to troll us? Take your phone off mute, Pickle. Hen, are you up here to troll us? Hen.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, all right, what is your question or comment? Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. First of all, you're correct. The horizon is not a physical location. I'm going to give you that one. That's just true.
What do you mean you're going to give it to me? How are you giving me that?
You're right. I don't know what I'm...
Yeah, you're not...
You're correct.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that, all right? So now just to clarify, if something is not physical, then it can't be physical evidence, right?
So...
Correct. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Now, I'm thinking about this. If we drive a car over the hill, tires disappear first, and then the doors, and then the roof, right? Okay, that's not an illusion, though. The hill's physically blocking that view. Okay, that's exactly what's happening to a ship. The water is like the giant hill, if you will.
Okay, Hinboy, this is what you're not understanding. We know the hill is there. So yes, the hill is blocking the water. We don't know whether or not the Earth curve is blocking it, right? That's why we have to zoom in with a camera. You can't zoom in through a hill. But if you can zoom in through the alleged curve of the Earth, then it's not a curve, is the point.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay, so zooming in, yes, it can bring back, quote unquote, that ship that's gotten too small for our naked eye to see. But the ship is going over the curvature, and zooming in is only going to show you a magnified image of the top half. No matter how much you zoom in, you're never going to get the bottom back.
That's irrelevant. Okay, if the entire ship is going over a curve, it don't matter if you can bring in the top half. Again, the bottom is disappearing into the vanishing point.
Sorry, you like cut out, man. Could you say it again, please?
The bottom is disappearing into the vanishing point. All right.
Huh.
1 second. I am Ayo said we equals not African. What the hell does that mean? Yeah, the out of Africa theory is a lie, and the Atlantic slave trade was told in reverse. All right. All right. Go ahead, Hen.
Oh, I could have sworn you were about to say something. You were talking about the bottom of the boat or something, like can't prove
the bottom is disappearing into the vanishing point. All right. None of this proves the shape. Sir, we are wasting time here. None of this proves the shape or the size of the Earth at all. Either way, it don't prove nothing.
To observe, like in science, why is that not a valid observation?
It could be a valid observation, but then you do an experiment to see if your observation is what you're looking at. So when you do an experiment, like pull out a camera and zoom in, it never went over the curve. All right? Hinboy, listen to what I'm telling you right now. All right? If the horizon is not a physical location, that means that when a boat disappears into the horizon, it's not physically going over anything. Do you agree with that?
No, the boat is a physical object.
Okay, no. The horizon is not a physical location. So
how about
Hinboy, shut up! All right? Just please shut up. Your stupidity is starting to annoy the shit out of me. All right? You are a freaking moron, bro. All right? If you admitted in the beginning of the conversation that the horizon is not a physical location, when the boat disappears past the horizon, that's not physical because it's not a physical location. So you cannot make claims about a physical phenomena when you're claiming it's going over a non-physical barrier. I don't care if you get that. You know why? Because you're freaking stupid. I don't give a damn. You're stupid, bro. You don't get that? That's the simplest thing anybody can understand. It's not physical. So it's not physical evidence of nothing. All right? It's too late for me to be going back and forth with you on this stupid shit, bro. For real. God dang. Pickle, are you up here to troll us?
No, but it sounds like you're kind of in an aggravated state.
Well, I mean, if you feel like that, I could just drop you, bro, and we don't got to do this. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's good. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, no need to do that. You know what I mean? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, LeBron James? What's wrong with these guys? Buddy is sick. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry you had to hear that, all right? I've been up here for a long time. I'm sick of repeating myself to idiots, okay? Like the video, double tap the screen, sub if you like the content. All right, I don't do none of this pretentious shit that you guys do. All right, I am not your homie. All right, we are not friends. Shout out Darren. Yeah, guys, if you wanna join in, the Discord's on my page. All right, join the live show tab, and I may or may not let you up. I may or may not. I said it just like that. Like Matthew, for example. Matthew's not getting let up here because he started crying. It's that simple. He's like, "Hey, bro, why are you ignoring me? I'm in the chat. I just want to support you." I'm like, "Well, I don't want you to support me, bro. It's all good." Yeah, because you said you just want to support. You can support from the chat, bro. Or you can send me a super chat. You know what I mean? Basically, I don't believe you. You're a liar. Yeah, you're a liar. I'm pretty sure you're a troll and a liar, so no. Nah. Zob, are you up here to troll us? Okay, what did you say? Say that again. What'd you say, bro?
Gravitational theory.
The gravitational pull theory?
Yeah.
What is that? Is that a scientific theory?
Yeah, from Tom Pro actually.
Well, what scientific experiment proved this theory?
The way that the toilet bowl swirl.
A toilet bowl swirl is a scientific experiment? Are you trolling me, bro?
I can go pull up.
Are you trolling me?
No. No, look up.
I'm not gonna look anything up. I want you to let me know what experiment are you gonna tell us that proves whatever gravitational theory you want me to explain? What experiment proves this?
I'll be back.
All right, come back when you're ready, bud. Buddy said, "I'll be back. I shall return." Wow. Wow, how amazing. Guys, like the video, okay? Like the video, sub if you like the content. I love you. Doggy Heart said blacks of America are the indigenous people of America. Are the indigenous people. Foster said he left with aura though. Yeah, he didn't lose any aura. You know, because he admitted his inadequacy so quick.
Hello?
Gang.
I am not here to troll. Yo, pal. You say something?
Well, that was nice, wasn't it? Matthew's like, you'll let him up, but you won't let me up? Facts, Matthew, facts. I'm that petty. Bro, I am that petty. I mean, like, my pettiness knows no bound. And I think you're a troll, bro. I don't trust you. It is what it is. It means what it means. What's good, Cars? Pax, the pendulum does not prove the earth is moving whatsoever. All right? This is all made up. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. All right? You don't know shit. And like the video, guys. All right, I need to wind down. I got a long day tomorrow, okay? Yeah, you cried, Matt. You cried like a little. You cried, all right? That's why. Marquis said, I respect your beliefs, but I don't agree. Marquis, I respect you. I respect the fact that you can understand a man's beliefs without agreeing. Most people in the chat, they do not know how to do that. They think that if everybody doesn't agree with them, there's something wrong with them. And that is pure insanity. Vince said, you're getting your people scared to talk. Good, I want them to be scared to talk. I don't want people to think that they can just come up here and say anything to me. I want them I want them to cross every T and dot every I before they come up here. I want them to be so scared that they have all of their ducks in a row. All right? I don't want nobody coming up here unless the fear of God is in their heart. Shout out Tragedy. Tragedy, I said this earlier, they did not get it. Tragedy said, it's funny, people never realize that compasses cannot work on a globe. Compasses cannot work on a globe. I brought that up earlier. I brought the magnetic declination chart. I've launched a LEO satellite with cameras and seen for myself the Earth is round. Well, the Earth might be round, but it sure ain't a globe. The atmosphere appears to be round. The world is not. Shout out Ken Keister. That last name is funny. Get your Keister over here, Mr. Keister. Mr. Keister, you get that Keister over here. No way your dad didn't say that to you. Shout out Project. It is a great last name. Xavier said, I appreciate your time and consideration with bringing the truth out and exposing the lies. Shout out you, Xavier. Prohas said they enjoy the music. Ken, nobody asked that, all right? Now I think you're a troll, Ken. Oh. Vin said, hit that like button, guys. Hey, like the video. Sub if you like the content, please. She Sui said, I do think we should study more about the electric field. There may be more stuff to explore there. I agree with that, She Sui. Are you actually in space right now? Real Outer said Dino equals Dragon. Like, wow, what is this based on? All historical documentation ever. Ancient stories. the Chinese zodiac calendar, ancient cave drawings, etc., etc. Two people said you have lovely hair. Thank you so much, two peoples. I appreciate that. Yes, real, all documentations ever. I am not exaggerating. How can you believe the electromagnetic field and think the Earth is moving? LOL. How do you think it is generated? The electromagnetic field is probably generated from the movement of the sun and the stars around the Earth, not the Earth moving. Why do you think the Earth isn't moving? Because no scientific experiment has ever proven it. This is the basis for the theory of relativity itself. The theory of relativity is built on the fact that we cannot prove the Earth is moving scientifically. And so he basically tried to explain it theoretically, and you guys just ate it up. Ugh, you guys' comments are starting to bore me. All right, can we participate in the conversation? Am I wrong about something? Let me know specifically what I'm wrong about and how I'm wrong. Don't just sit here and ask me a bunch of random questions about nothing, okay? Ask me questions either about the subject or disagree with me with some evidence. Tidal waves have nothing to do with the shape or size of the Earth or whether or not the Earth is moving. Multi, who said dragons breathe fire? Monty, who said dragons breathe fire? Ugh. Did I disprove the theory of relativity? No, I'm using the theory of relativity to explain the fact that we've never been able to prove the Earth is moving scientifically. I never disproved it or said it was real. I'm just saying that the theory of relativity itself is based on the idea that we cannot prove the Earth is moving from Earth scientifically, period. Oh. It looks like we're pretty much done participating in the conversation tonight. I think everybody's just trying to troll me now. Look, just a bunch of random nonsense in here. She Sweet said dragons could be dinosaurs. It's possible the wings didn't fossilize. You can see the stars change position. That's evidence that the stars is moving. That's it. We experience day and night because the sun is moving. That's it. Yeah, Cheedio, history is not everything that happened in the past. History are recorded events that are passed down. What's good, Envia? Yeah, if I didn't shout you guys out, all right, if you are not a hater and you're in the chat and you're watching, put your name in the chat and I will give you a shout out before I get out of here, okay? I'm going to give you guys at least like 5 to 10 more minutes to, I'm going to give you guys at least 5 to 10 more minutes to give me something intelligent to respond to. In the meantime, I'll give people some shout outs, all right? Shout out Envia, of course, Fostered. Yeah, I'm going to be working. I'm going to be driving all day tomorrow again, Fostered. So it will be a good day, but I already can't wait to get home. I already can't wait to get home. What's good, Javari? I see you down there. Slime said time isn't linear. Are dragons millions of years old? I honestly don't know that. Why are we the only thing not moving in your mind? I never said we're the only thing not moving. You're just adding shit to it. Stiletto was good. Why weren't you taught in school about the moon being plasma? I don't know. Yeah, Keon, I disagree with you even on the second part of it, okay? There is no scientific evidence that humanity in any of its forms started in Africa. B said, what else isn't moving? The meter that is monitoring your level of intelligence, not going anywhere, bro. I've been watching that shit for the past hour. It has not moved even once. All right, who did I not shout out? Does anybody have anything intelligent for us to speak about before we get out of here? Stiletto was good. Stiletto, Prohas, LMS, Alex Hudson. Blue Sapphire. Good Cena. What's good? What's up, Good Cena? I don't know what name to give. Was good. Oh. Detroit Kobe said Earth equals a circular object with mountains and crevices. Potts said dinosaurs did not exist, but they weren't dragons. A dragon is a mythical creature that represents blank. I disagree with that 100%, Potts. John said, what's good, Curly? What's good, John? A. Sarima said, what about the Coriolis effect? Javari, please stop trolling us, sir. You know how I feel about that, but A. Sarima, the Coriolis effect is more than likely an effect of the movement of the sun, moon, and stars on top of the earth. So it creates something akin to a wind, an ether wind. You look like the kid who played Zero in the movie Holes. I give that joke a 6 out of 10. Darren said, when they realize they know nothing, they get angry. Why do you believe America's Atlantis? I've never heard this before. Because of ancient maps and ancient stories, and the fact that America has always been a technologically advanced empire. You see these maps? They were looking for an ancient civilization of technology and gold when they were looking for America. Son of a bitch. I need to go to sleep. That's what they found when they got here. They found technology, they found gold. They told you that that technology was invented by them. It was not. It was only found here in America. It was called Atlantis, okay? Look at these maps. This is consistent with Plato's story as well, although Plato's story is not evidence alone. Darren said it all works better on a flat earth model. All of it. Every question you have. Darren said he looks it all up and shows us it's all facts. You guys ain't. Wow. Okay, Derek. Wow. Derek, I don't know about that one. What's good, Jacob? I see you, Jacob. I didn't see your question, but I do see you up there, all right? I will be back tomorrow, guys, okay? Have no fear. If I didn't shout you out, put your name in the chat. Avil or Avis was good, Avis. Real Derpy said, bro picked all category. Why do you think our history books show Earth as being round? I don't know if they show Earth like that in the history books. Adamanus was good. McFly said, do you think human life could have begun in Australia and disappeared throughout the world? They were called the first people. Very interesting. Masinde, I see you, Masinde. Will said, I promise you're an idiot. Will, guess what? I promise that body is open. Scotland said America didn't exist when North America was discovered. Scotland, you are lying, all right? You're just making that up. I can respect that story sounds better, so that way your ancestors look better for what they did, but that's not true. Shout out Jason. Jason said, love the content, Chief. Jason, we love you, man. All right, we appreciate you so much. For real. Shout out Jason. Of course, Masinde. Fun says, shut the F up. Well, Fun, shut that body because it's open. Rob said, school is a prison to keep people obedient, then are fed with false history or lies. Blank victors are those who get to rewrite what they want for the next generation to know. Absolutely. Said, can you point to me a good article to read about this? You gotta be specific, bud. I got 6 different subjects up here, all right? Hit me in the DM and ask me about something specific. Are you shaking or is your leg shaking? That's my leg, all right? I have ADHD. That's how I can get on here and talk for, how long have I been up here? Was it going on 4 hours? John said your hair is dope, bro. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. John, you are dope, okay? You are dope. Sedgwick said dinosaurs equal dragons. That's a fact. Richard said explain shadows on the moon. Richard, I was going to, but you keep spamming, so no. All right, go to hell. Go figure it out on your own, idiot. I believe it was Atlantis, but what cities were in Atlantis? Thank you. Blessings, brother. I mean, I think that everything that people think was here in America was all part of it. At one point, there were areas called Egypt, areas called Babylon, areas called Kemet, areas called Atlantis, areas that were still called America, a whole bunch of other stuff. And then as certain powers began to rise and fall, these names would have more or less weight. More or less weight. Air Mufti said, who is not African? Everybody that is not basically a white South African. Shout out Darren. Darren said, Scott, you're just dumb, bro. Cut it out. Bro looks like Jeremy Phillips, the YouTuber. I have no idea who Jeremy Phillips is. Why do you ignore the topics of eclipses? Because that topic is not up here. That topic don't have anything to do with the Earth not moving or the Earth being a globe. And I've explained it a bunch of times. Nothing in the sky has any evidence pertaining to what goes on the ground, period. If you want a measurement of the ground, you measure the ground. All right, that's what's called a deflection. So why am I ignoring your deflection? Because it's a deflection. There you go. Stop deflecting. All right, if you want to measure the ground, measure the ground. Rob said, tell them about the pyramids in the Grand Canyon. So what's your thoughts on the Earth spinning? It has never been proven scientifically, Elrix. Xavier said, I got you, brother. Stay true, never change. Envia said, a shadow is casted behind you in your own house, and your house is built to be leveled. So what does that have to do with the curvature or a globe? That's not evidence. Thank you, Envia. This is all nonsense. Nicholas said, I look like Lionel Richie. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. I give that a 7 out of 10. Ack said lunar eclipses can't exist without a round Earth. Ack, what is your evidence of that? What are you basing that on? What scientific experiments did you run that proved that lunar eclipses would not exist without a round Earth? What evidence do you have to back up that type of claim? All right, now we're going to wait on you to answer, and then we're getting out of here. All right, go ahead, Ack Gamer. How do you know that we would not have eclipses unless the Earth was round? Yeah, right. And round doesn't mean that it can't be flat, by the way. But anyway, I just wanted you to explain that to us. If it's not round, how do you know we can't have eclipses? Arab Mufti, the tides are due to the electromagnetic frequency, not the moon. You need a round object to block the light reflected of the sun. What is your evidence of that? You're just making all that up. How do you know you need a round object? Have you ever tried to block the entire light of the sun with a non-round object? If you have not do that, then you don't know that for sure. Connor said he agrees with the dragons, but he thinks that dragons were separate than dinosaurs. I don't think that dinosaurs were real at all. Darren said, I see no planets. Act Gamer, we're waiting for you, bro. All right. How do you know that that would only work on a circular Earth? Solar eclipses has a ring of light? What does that mean? How do you know that can only work on a circular Earth? How do you know that for sure? You can't just keep explaining to us what a solar eclipse is and think that that's going to establish a causation between the solar eclipse and the round Earth. Establish a causation for us. Go ahead. Elrix, is because the sun only lights up half of the earth at a time. There you go. Not your average said, what is your scientific evidence for all these claims? It's all scientific experiment ever. Ack, I'm just going to assume that you're going to abandon it, right? You don't know. So you just made all that up, basically, right? Did you make all that up, Ack? I think you did. Guys, like the video. Double tap the screen. Sub if you like the content. I'm almost out of here. All right, last shout outs. Put your name in the chat if you want to shout out right now. Timbo said a bird flying high can damn near block the sun. That is true, Timbo, right? It could be any number of shapes. Darren said, I see lights reflecting from Earth up there, but no planets. Gene said, might not be flat, but it's not moving, and it's right side up and level, with a firmament dome over it and connected to it all the way around. The sun and moon work like clocks, hands, stars rotate. This is a very good point, Gene. All right, I want you guys to answer. If the sun and the moon and the stars are really what you guys say it is, why do they work in a perfect clock and a perfect calendar? All right? Why? See, look at Ash's next response. Have you looked through a telescope? I asked him, how do you know that we would not have a lunar or a solar eclipse without it being round? His response is, have you looked through a telescope? We got it, bro. Thank you. We got it. Yeah, don't worry. We got it. Gene's point is very good, okay? The sun, the moon, and the stars are actually a perfect clock and a perfect calendar and a perfect map. How is that random at all? How is that random? How is the earth moving, flying through space if the sun, the moon, and the stars are a perfect clock every day, every week, every month, every year? Shout out Hungry. And not only that, the stars are a perfect map and a perfect calendar. That cannot be accidental whatsoever, all right? There's nothing accidental about that. Do you think we went to the moon? Absolutely not. Ryan said, I'm what? Ryan, your body is open. Ack said, they don't work on a perfect clock or calendar. You are an idiot, bud. Ack, are you an idiot? We literally use sundials to tell the time. The sun and the moon are a perfect clock, literally. And that delay that you're talking about, that's only because they changed the number of months that we're supposed to have. Idiot. Ack, I knew you were a moron. It's that name Ack, isn't it? Ack, that better not be you. Yeah, no, the sun, the moon, and the stars are a literal perfect clock, but the stars are a perfect map. As a matter of fact, we have celestially navigated with the stars since ancient times. You are either a moron or a liar. I'm not going to call you a liar, so I'm just going to say you're a moron. You're a moron, bud. Listen, like the video, okay? Sub if you like the content. I will be back tomorrow. It's going to be probably later in the afternoon again. I'm not going to do an early stream because I'm going to be driving all day. So I will be back tomorrow evening, though. So, of course, put those notification bells on. Like the video, double tap the screen. Kindle was good, Kindle. Released was good, Released. Rob was good, Rob. Your dad was good. McFly. Neil Lorians. True Seeker. What's good, True Seeker? True Seeker said Black Swan proves the flat earth. What's good, Pac-Man? Kendall said the shadow paradox. Lunar eclipse occur when the earth passes directly between the sun. From any other angle, it would cast an elliptical or rectangular, which has never been observed. Yeah, I don't know if any of that is true. But shout out you. Thank you for the comment. Release the hounds. Shout out Release the Hounds. Darren said inner earth is real. Mel's hole has no bottom, so no core. Ivan to the Shadow Realm. All right, I think that's it, guys. We got everybody, right? I shouted everybody out. Oh, Wolf Pain, can you prove any of that without your main argument being I don't believe them? Yeah, I already did that, okay? I've been showing evidence all day. Go to the beginning of the stream if you want to see it. Kavan said, our concept of time is based around the movement of celestial bodies, not the other way around. Exactly. Our time is based on the movement of the sun, not the other way around. That's a fact. Wolf Pain, well, you can be safely sent to the Shadow Realm because that body is open. Nah. Are we able to send you studies through the Discord? Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you send it in my DM. If you send it in my DM, I will look at it for sure. If you put it in the main chat, I probably won't. Hey there, hey chat, good to see you all. Mifo was good. Released. Gene that says, it proves we are important to our creator. It proves there is a creator. The right side up, level earth with a beautiful speed, out like a tent to dwell in firm sky. McFly said 28 multiples by 13 months is 364s and a fraction of days per year. Out of Africa theory has been deproven. Shout out True Seeker. Doom said, holy shit, this guy is wow, Doom. That body is open. Yes, the Atlantic slave trade was also told in reverse. Matthew, I knew you weren't trying to support me. You were saying you wanted to support me, but guess what? That body was open the whole time. You got to protect that body if you're going to troll me, because I'm too good. I know when you guys are trolling. All right? I know when you guys are trolling. You're not good liars. And plus that body. Oh, I love you guys so much. I really do. No problem, Kendall. You can send me whatever you want in the DM, all right? Guys, like the video again. Some of you like the content. I will be back tomorrow. Let me see. Did we get any super chats today? Let's read the super chats one more time. We got Miss Marie. Miss Marie, if you're still there, thank you for the 628 jewels. I didn't get a chance to call it out when you sent it, but I do appreciate you so much, Miss Marie. Sedona sent the 2 jewels, and of course, Bernie sent the $10. The sun is not 33 million miles away. If our sight can see it, then it is much closer. Shout out Bernie, man. All right? Envy us at Alien Cry Harder. Detroit said that body is open. To all who are being rude and laughing at the real offended claims. That body. You know I don't care, bro. If they make funny jokes, I'll laugh with them. Calm down, and he is here to debate, giving a chance to talk. So talk back, debate. Well, I'm out of here now, Mifo, all right? That was earlier in the chat. Now, I'm just trying to find that body. Yep. Shout out Gonzo. Gonzo, don't let them know that we're looking for him, all right? Don't let them know that we know they out there. What do you mean we not African? Oh, my God. Listen, the out of Africa theory is a lie. The Atlantic slave trade was told in reverse. I've shown many evidences on here. If you want to see them, go to the beginning of the stream. I pretty much start the whole stream with that idea, all right? Black people are from all around the world, especially America. Especially America, all right? Oh, yeah. All right, I think that's it, guys. We did it. We did it. We did it. Caleb said ancient astronaut theory and common fallen blank myths spread across cultures. Probably said, wait, probably not. What's your opinion on tectonic plates? I don't have any opinions right now, all right? Ask me tomorrow. I will be here tomorrow. Man B said, is your hair real? Well, you just have to wait tomorrow and figure it out. Just Just keep watching me every day for the next 6 months as my hair gets long, and then you'll know for sure. Envia said, salute, have a good night. Mods, stay safe. Everyone else, have a good night. We love you guys so much. The True Seeker said, what's your view on the pyramids being built by other than humans? I don't believe that. Rocker said, thank you, good show. Shout out you, Rockers. Darren said, peace, people. Proha said, very interesting. That name was so weird that you got to get out of here. And I don't even want to mention, yeah. Released. Princess said, LMFAO, kids stay in school or you're going to end up like me with that body open. Never end up like Princess. Never do that. Oh. Yeah, no, that was weird, right? That dude's name. Timbo said, like and subscribe, you globalists. Shout out Timbo. Mr. Make Book. Shout out Mr. Make Book. Need drink. What's good, need drink? Man B said, do a kickflip. Yeah, need drink. I don't know what that is. Thank you, Sedona, for the 2 jewels. Sedona for the 2 jewels. Kendall said I need to do more research. Kendall, don't we all? Don't we all? Guys, I love you so much, okay? I just can't get away from you. I just love you so much, all right? Like the video, please. Like the video, like the video. Sub if you like the content. I will be back tomorrow. If I wasn't busy, trust me, I will come back first thing in the morning. That's how much I love you. Dilly said, hey, I really appreciate your chat. I love your energy, and I was hoping you could just STFU for a minute and give it a rest. My goodness. Yeah, no problem. I can actually STFF forever because that body is open. True Cedar said models equal the reification fallacy. We don't live on a model. The map is not the terrain. The map is just a representation. This is a fact. Release said, are my questions coming up? Yeah, you're not asking any serious questions, so I'm not responding to any of that. I already gave you a shout out, all right? Kelly said, love you, bro. Love you too, Kels. Representations are useful, Inkin, but they're not scientific evidences, okay? That's just a fact. And to answer your other question, the Earth is not moving because we've never been able to prove it scientifically, all right? That's it. Period. All right, I think that's it, guys. I know I've said that a million times now. True Seeker said, we don't live on a representation. Like the video, sub if you like the content. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? I really will. And y'all make sure you protect that body.